c. 2874. c. 2874. When Chun Xiang returned to the house, it only took him 1 day to refine all of those law beads. After eating them, he started to cultivate the 6 types of bloodline laws. As long as he had enough law beads, cultivating Dao veins was a very simple task. Chun Xiang's current cultivation speed was extremely fast. On one hand, the law beads that he had refined before had the power to quickly refine them himself. The other thing was that if he used the heavenly alchemy immortal power to refine it, it could be faster. It was always within 3 days that Chun Xiang successfully cultivated all 6 types of bloodline. Dao channels are pretty good at cultivation. Now let's see if we can open the 6 realms time and S.P. A.C. door through the 6 realms mirrors. Chun Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and circulated the Dao energy in his body. Dao energy gushed out through his meridians, turned into 6 realms power, and flowed into the 6 realms mirrors S. After the 6 realms power entered the 6 realms mirrors, the 6 realms mirrors mirror immediately released a golden brilliance. Chun Xiang looked at the mirror's golden radiance, and his eyes flashed. It's just my consciousness entering, that's all. My body is still in the heavenly alchemy divine sect. Could this be the 6 realms time and S.P.A.C. door? Chun Xiang looked at the white pearls one by one. He looked at one of them, wanting to use his consciousness to investigate it, but he did not succeed. Now that I have entered the 6 realms time and S.P.A.C. door, how can I find someone's wheel and teleport to that person's side? Chun Xiang's mind thinking about Shui Xian, only to see a white bead suddenly flying in front of him. Is this Xian's wheel of Injian? Chun Xiang really wanted to laugh, but he could not see it at all, but he could feel Shui Xian's exuberant life force from this wheel. This life force was filled with liveliness and joy. Shui Xian was originally a very optimistic and cheerful woman. It seems like she's living a good life now. Chun Xiang couldn't help but smile, and then he grabbed the wheel of Injian and tried to sense Shui Xian's position. Very quickly he had a feeling. This feeling was unclear, but he knew that Shui Xian's current location was very far away from him. Let's see if we can teleport there. Chun Xiang immediately used the power of S.P.A.C. and wanted to open a spatial tunnel to go over. He had not succeeded, and he had expended a great deal of spatial energy, so he had no choice but to rest. Looks like I don't have enough strength to open up a spatial passageway and head back. Just now, Chun Xiang could feel that his own spatial energy was continuously being transmitted out, and he wanted to pry open a large door. However, after he exhausted all of his strength and before that large door opened, he had no choice but to give up. Chun Xiang thought for a moment, then left the 6 realms time and S.P.A.C. door. He needed to recover now. The consumption just now was too huge, causing him to be extremely listless. He had to rest for an entire day to recover. He had lost a lot of blood while refining the Huazuan Dan, so he didn't need to rest for that long. To teleport across the life wheel was extremely difficult, especially when crossing a world. The consumption was even greater. This time it's in Flying Dragon Peg. Oh, this should be okay. Chun Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and entered the 6 realms time and S.P.A.C. door. He was already very familiar with it now. He would be able to enter the 6 realms time and S.P.A.C. door in a short amount of time and also be able to find the engine wheel that he was looking for. This time, he was looking for Lin Jitian. He had previously gone to Yuan S.H.I. plus Tao School to look for Lin Jitian, but he did not find him. He did not know where Lin Jitian had gone to, and now he wanted to see if he could teleport to's vicinity. All right, take a look. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. Then, with a thought, he channeled a large amount of spatial energy, teleporting himself near Lin Jitian. He could sense Lin Jitian's approximate location through Lin Jitian's Indian wheel. This location was not exactly accurate, and would usually not be able to be teleported to that person's side and would only be nearby. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiang felt that more than half of his power had been used up. At the same time, he appeared on a desolate mountain. He looked around and found that there was no one here. What kind of place is this? Uncle Lin is here? Chen Xiang closed his eyes and entered the Six Realms Time and S.P.A.C. door once again. After confirming Lin Jitian's exact location, he sprinted towards a small mountain and found that Lin Jitian was right in the direction of the small mountain. Qin Xiang arrived near the short mountain and observed around it for a while before he found a cave that was blocked by a large rock. Uncle Lin is inside? Chen Xiang immediately teleported. So, there was no need to move the rock. After entering, Qin Xiang could already feel Lin Jitian's aura. He quickened his pace and quickly found Lin Jitian. Lin Jitian was currently sleeping soundly on a stone bed and was not cultivating. Uncle Lin. Chen Xiang laughed and shouted, shocking Lin Jitian, who suddenly jumped up. After Lin Jitian sat up, he was extremely alert and almost attacked Qin Xiang. But after knowing that it was Qin Xiang, he also relaxed. Brat, how did you find me? Lin Jitian was very curious about this. He felt that he had stolen it secretly and no one would know that he was here. It would be all right if beasts from above were to accidentally enter this place, but the one who came was Qin Xiang, so he would still come in quietly. This is a unique skill that I've just learned. Qin Xiang laughed, impressive. By the way, where is this place? Uncle Lin, why are you hiding here? You actually don't know this place? So how did you get here? It appeared out of nowhere. Lin Jitian was even more curious. I used teleportation to come here. Of course, I don't know what kind of place this is. Qin Xiang took out a chair and sat down, then asked, This place is lifeless. What kind of place is this? Why did you come to this place without saying a word? You don't know, this place is very strange. When I first entered the Yuan S.H.I. plus Tao school, one of them brought me here. Lin Jitian said, That Xiandi of mine is also a mysterious fellow. He has always believed that there is something hidden in this place. He brought me here several times. He was looking for that thing. I didn't believe it at first, until he was bitten to death by a rat here. I believed there was something really powerful hidden here, and then there was a strange light here, and then overnight the whole area became bare. After listening to Lin Jitian's story, Qin Xiang also felt that it was very strange and asked, What kind of strength is that? He was actually bitten to death by a mouse. How old is that mouse? Is it poisonous? Lin Jitian shook his head. That mouse is only the size of a palm. It isn't poisonous. That mouse was extremely terrifying. It bit off a piece of my chest and drilled into my body, instantly devouring all of my bones and flesh. My strength is not weak either. He is in the middle stage of the Tai Zun realm. C. 2875. C. 2875 Qin Xiang couldn't believe that a middle-stage Tai Zun realm could actually be eaten by a palm-sized mouse. Even now, he couldn't believe it was real. Uncle Lin, you are taking too much risk. There is such a powerful mouse here, and you still dare to sleep here. When Chen Xiang came in just now, he saw Lin Jia sleeping soundly. The updates were quick. Lin Jieshi scratched his head and smiled. I am just a bit tired. But don't worry, there aren't any rats in this area. I've been searching around here for some time. Lin Jia took out a pearl and said, As long as those mice approach, the pearl will light up. There will also be a lot of noise, and the rats can only move in one area, and once they leave that area, they will immediately die. Uncle Lin, have you ever seen that kind of rat? Qin Xiang also wanted to go take a look. He felt that it wouldn't be that easy for the mouse to eat him. Of course I've seen them before, didn't I? I've searched around here for a while, so I'm sure there's a spirit formation here, and those mice that are sealed within the spirit formation cannot escape. I was almost killed several times within the spirit formation, and those things are really very scary. Lin Jieshi said, Qin Xiang, you're here now. Do you want to come with me to take a look inside the enchantment? Of course you can. Qin Xiang was also very curious about the barrier and hurriedly said, Hand it over to me for defense. Bat Super Venerable had previously told Lin Jia that Qin Xiang had extremely powerful defensive skills and escaping abilities in the Dragon Devil Deadland. So Qin Xiang suddenly coming here was a good thing for Lin Jialai. After Qin Xiang and Lin Jia walked out of the cave, they took out the 6 realms mirrors and sat on top of it together. Qin Xiang, fly higher. When the time comes, you will know where that region is. Lin Jieshi said. It had only been an hour, and he could already see that below him there was a region that was surrounded by a large number of mountains. If he were to draw a straight line between those mountains, then the outside of this region would be a hexagon. Using the mountain as the starting point to draw formation patterns, this is a very ancient and powerful formation. Qin Xiang had some knowledge of array formations. After all, his few women were extremely adept in this area. This area is indeed very strange, especially the spirit formation. It does not restrict anything from entering or exiting from the outside, but it does restrict anything from exiting. Qin Xiang said, then controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly downwards. Lin Jia nodded. There are quite a few of those rats. When I went in, I saw more than 10 of them, and they wanted to attack me as soon as they saw me. I don't know what was in those rats, but my brother had been searching this area for a long time and died without finding anything. The brother that Lin Jia spoke of was a companion that he had good relations with. When he mentioned this matter, he could not help but feel sad. Then did he find out anything about this place? I think he must be hiding something from you. Oh, right, where is this place located? Qin Xiang asked. Lin Qi said, Flying Dragon Palace is only 3 miles from here, and Flying Dragon Experience Place is also in the vicinity, but this place has always been deathly still, and is known as the Flying Dragon's Death Grounds. Flying Dragon Experience Place and Flying Dragon Palace are rather lively at the edge of the Wyvern Death Zone. This is Flying Dragon Palace's territory. Qin Xiang did not expect him to cross such a long distance in an instant, and arrive here from the refining divine sects. Yes. Have you never been here before? Flying Dragon Palace is right around here. I originally wanted to invite Bat over, but he's still in closed-door cultivation, so he came alone. Lin Jieshi said, Bat Super Venerable was still in closed-door training to break through the Venerable Ancestor Realm. If he successfully made a breakthrough, he might become the most eccentric ancestor in all of history. Qin Xiang had already brought Lin Jiada into the enchantment, but just as they entered, he felt an ancient qi, accompanied by a warm wind, which was strange and mysterious. This area was still quite large, and there were tens of thousands of mountains here. It was a very important area. The reason why the barrier was able to restrict the strange rats from escaping was because of the powerful barrier created by the formation on the mountain. After Qin Xiang entered, he was so careful that he did not dare to come into the mess, as he was afraid that he would destroy the formation of the barrier. Where is the mouse? Qin Xiang looked around and asked. There was plenty of light inside. The sunlight was S-H-I, plustening everywhere, and everything could be seen clearly. However, Qin Xiang did not see Lin Zong's terrifying rat. He must be hiding somewhere. If he wants to meet these rats, he'll have to stay here for a while longer. Ever since Lin Jia had entered this area, he had been somewhat nervous and on high alert. The terrifying rat had left behind a very large shadow for him. Qin Xiang urged his 6 realms mirrors to move quickly towards the deeper parts of the region. After flying for a while, he suddenly saw a black shadow approaching. Qin Xiang had extremely good eyesight. With one glance, he could tell that it was a palm-sized black-colored mouse, no different from a normal mouse, only its face was darker. It appeared. Lin Jia immediately shouted out loudly. He threw out a beam of light from his hand, sending the terrifying rat flying. The terrifying rat's speed was indeed very fast. If it wasn't careful, it would definitely be attacked. His attack speed was very fast. Qin Xiang just saw the terrifying rat and was already sent flying by Lin Qi. He could tell that Lin Jia had a lot of experience dealing with this kind of rats. So powerful, he actually didn't die. Qin Xiang felt that Lin Jia village's attack was scary, but he didn't kill the rat when he entered. The rat was sent flying. It whizzed away as it landed on the ground. The speed at which it escaped was very fast. How is it? I'm not lying to you, right? The rats here are like dogs. The moment someone gets near, they will immediately attack. Lin Jia had just finished. The SPAC domain that Qin Xiang released immediately sensed that a terrifying rat was quickly approaching and arrived at the bottom of his 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors had long released a very strong protective HI plus ELD, so Qin Xiang was not very worried. However, after that terrifying rat jumped up, it unexpectedly produced a very powerful force, charging forward from the 6 realms mirrors' point of view. In just an instant, the 6 realms mirrors was sent flying high into the sky. Luckily, Qin Xiang was able to stabilize the 6 realms mirrors in time. Otherwise, it would have flown even higher. These things are too scary. Qin Xiang was also covered in cold sweat. This kind of terrifying rat, its strength was equivalent to a late period of Taizun realm. C. 2876. C. 2876. If anyone from the Taizun realm came in, no matter how cautious they were, it was still very difficult to guard against this kind of rat. Before, Qin Xiang did not think so, but now he suddenly admired Lin Jia, the person who was walking in and out of this place was actually still alive. Find a way to catch one. Qin Xiang suddenly said. Seeing him being so foolish, Lin Jia was startled. Ghost, this is very dangerous. What do you want this thing for? Lin Jia found it hard to understand, and he didn't want to do that because it was too dangerous. Catch it and take a look. Why is this thing so powerful? Qin Xiang said. There must be a reason why this terrifying rat is so powerful. It might even be able to discover something from the inside. Qin Xiang laughed. This thing is like a treasure to me. Oh, right, Uncle Lin. Have you ever killed this kind of rat before? Where is it? It was good enough that he wasn't killed by the rat. He actually wanted to kill the rat? This kind of rat is hard to kill. Lin Qi shook his head. Qin Xiang took out the chuangs. HI plus G. Oh, D-furnace. The chuangs. HI plus G. Oh, D-furnace gradually grew larger under his control. Then he increased his flying speed. Not long after, he sensed a terrifying rat approaching, so he immediately controlled the chuangs. HI plus G. Oh, D-furnace to fly over and cover the mouse. His speed was still a bit too slow, and the rat dodged him. Qin Xiang did not give up and continued to try. With his previous experiences, he was now very cautious of these rats. As long as a mouse approached him, he would immediately use spatial teleportation to avoid their attacks, to avoid being knocked away by the energy. What exactly is hidden inside? There are actually so many terrifying rats guarding it. Qin Xiang felt that these mice were here to protect this place. Half a time had Pa said, and he had tried using the chuangs. HI plus G. Oh, D-furnace many times, but failed to catch a single rat, as he was always a little bit off, and those mice were also unable to attack the 6 realms mirrors. Lin Jia also relaxed when he saw how safe it was on the 6 realms mirrors. It's really hard to catch. Qin Xiang took out another one. This was also a divine Dao tool, but it was a bit weaker. The rats here flew around everywhere as the number of them increased. They were all attacking Qin Xiang's 6 realms mirrors. The rats had never seen such an intruder before. If it was before, when he was attacked by so many rats, as long as it was a Taizun realm, he would definitely die. Lin Jia knew that it was very safe above the 6 realms mirrors, but seeing so many rats leaping about, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. If these rats could break through the 6 realms mirrors' defense, He and Qin Xiang would probably be eaten alive by these rats. Qin Xiang then released his spirit qi and at the same time controlled the coordination of the chuangs. Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace. It finally worked. Finally, it managed to hold on to a mouse, and after it was captured, the mouse struggled nonstop. Just as it was about to struggle free, Qin Xiang's chuangs. I plus G. Oh, D furnace was covered up. Got it. Qin Xiang shouted happily, and then he controlled the chuangs. I plus G. Oh, D furnace back to his hands. Lin Jia asked worriedly, is your furnace safe? If they were to run out, we would all be in danger. Lin Jia did not expect Qin Xiang to catch such a terrifying rat. Seeing how the chuangs, I plus G. Oh, D furnace was shaking uncontrollably. He was worried that the rat would run out of the furnace and bite him to death. Don't worry, my pill furnace is very STU. Dysprosium, Qin Xiang chuckled, then placed both hands on the pill furnaces, releasing an extremely strong divine might fire. He controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly higher so that it wouldn't be knocked into the air by the rats below. What are you doing? Lin Jia asked curiously when he saw Qin Xiang looking like he was concocting pills. I'm concocting pills, Qin Xiang said. Lin Jia was stunned. He never thought that Qin Xiang was really concocting pills. Ha ha! Using beasts to concoct pills isn't anything strange, right? Some alchemists like to use beasts to concoct pills, Qin Xiang said. But a terrifying rat is no ordinary beast. When Lin Jia saw the furnace stabilize, he hurriedly asked, is the rat dead? I only made terrifying rats because they weren't ordinary. I wouldn't be bothered if they were normal beasts. Qin Xiang laughed. The mouse has already been suppressed by me. It has quieted down a lot. Now I will see if I can use fire to refine it. Qin Xiang's flames were still very strong, especially when using the divine flame. It could produce an extremely terrifying heat, as if it could burn anything. This rat is very strange. It can actually absorb fire. As Qin Xiang smelted the pill, he observed the terrifying monster, rat, in the furnace. He had used a very strong divine flame to burn it, but that mouse had absorbed a massive amount of flames. It's not absorbing by itself, but the blood and flesh of a rat. Is it something that can absorb strong flames just by being alive? Qin Xiang never thought that such a thing would happen. Although the divine flame was strong, if it was absorbed, it would be troublesome. Continue. After Qin Xiang observed carefully, he determined that although this terrifying rat could absorb his divine fire, the speed at which it absorbed it was still relatively slow. As long as he could continuously increase the intensity of the flames to burn, this mouse would definitely not be able to hold on for long. He had to burn it several times before he was able to burn the rat to death. He's finally dead. He's really tenacious. Qin Xiang took out the mouse from the chuangs. I plus G. Oh, D furnace, and it unexpectedly turned into a golden light that emitted a strong golden light. Lin Jia also felt that it was very strange. He touched the golden mouse's body in his heart and shouted in shock. This is the myriad Tao's golden body that only exists in the venerable ancestor realm. This rat actually has the myriad Tao's golden body. No wonder it was so powerful. No wonder I couldn't kill it no matter how hard I tried. Qin Xiang had also heard about the powerful myriad Tao golden body. He never thought that such a terrifying strong body would appear on a mouse. Qin Xiang anxiously threw the rat's corpse into the chuangs. I plus G. Oh, D furnace, and said, let me see if I can refine the pill. Lin Qi took a deep breath. Stepping into the venerable ancestor realm has very high requirements for the body. If I can really refine the pill, it might be able to help the strong. Qin Xiang nodded his head. That's right, let's give it a try first. If it's really useful, then we must catch all the rats here. Although they haven't found the thing that was hidden here, Qin Xiang had already discovered something of value, and was waiting for him to succeed. Lin Jia was also patiently waiting. He was currently in the late period of Taizun realm, and his flesh body was not strong enough. If he could be like those rats, possessing the myriad Tao's golden body would be much easier for him. After Chun Xiang refined it for a while, he frowned and said, "The myriad Tao's golden body is not good for incineration. As expected, it is a very strong body, and this will take a very long time." C. 2877. C. 2877, a small mouse, already possessed the myriad Tao's golden body. To be able to raise such a mouse in such a place, it must be something special. Chun Xiang still suspected that someone intentionally placed these mice here to protect this mysterious place. It would be great if I could succeed. After taking this pill, my physical body will definitely improve very quickly. Chun Xiang now really hoped that he could become stronger and faster. It was with great difficulty that he managed to create the Huazuan Dan, but the Huazuan Dan only helped him step into the Taizun realm. Therefore, Chun Xiang needed to find another type of pill to quickly become stronger. Have you made any progress? Lin Jitian had always been patiently waiting. After the perspiring Chun Xiang opened his eyes, he immediately asked, "No, the myriad Tao's golden body is very difficult to burn. I have to burn it to refine it into a pill." Chun Xiang sighed. "I'll have to wait a little longer. It's only been a day since I started. After a few days, will I be able to move it?" Lin Jitian nodded his head. "Just focus on your pill refining. I'll be fine here." Although Lin Jitian was afraid of those mice, but if they came, he could still hold them off for a while. "All right." Chun Xiang then released an even stronger fire of heavenly alchemy power to burn the mouse that had the myriad Tao's body inside the pill furnace. After Chun Xiang refined it consecutively for 2 days, he realized that there was still no change to the mouse. This made him want to give up, because it was simply too difficult to burn. We can only look at the chuangs. Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace. Chun Xiang activated an igniting array inside the chuangs. Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace, causing his flames to become even more intense. If he did this, then in order to maintain the operation of the formation, it would consume a lot of his Tao power. Right now, he was in a rather dangerous place, so he hadn't done this before. Now, in order to refine this mouse, he had no choice but to use it, and at the same time controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly out of the barrier. Outside the barrier, the terrifying rat would be safer. After leaving the barrier, Chun Xiang was even more daring to refine it. After using the fire-supporting array formation of the chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace, his fire intensity increased by more than 2-fold. After increasing his strength, he could clearly feel some progress. There's movement. Chun Xiang burned continuously in this state for 2 days, and finally he had some progress. This made him very excited. As long as it can be incinerated, there's hope that it can be refined into a pill. Really? Lin Jitian was also happy and shouted, with this speed, in 10 days, I'll be able to burn that mouse's body." Chun Xiang laughed. He had already determined that the igniting array formation inside the chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace was effective, so he decided to operate it like this. However, the refining speed was still too slow for him. He controlled the 6 realms mirrors to leave this place and return to the cave where Lin Jitian stayed before. After entering the cave, he took out many Tao crystal and placed them inside. In this way, the array formation inside the chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace would be maintained by the Tao crystal. If he were to use his own power, it would be hard for him to maintain the 6 burning array formations that he had just activated. In addition, he also wanted to place the 6 realms mirrors inside the chuangs, Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace, so the 6 realms mirrors could release an even more powerful igniting array. This way, he would be able to burn off the mouse's corpse much faster. This was also the reason why he had to stay away from danger. This way, he would be able to use 6 realms mirrors to help him refine pills. Of course, relying on a few large arrays to refine pills would consume a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had a lot of Tao crystal. With the addition of a few large formations, the flames of Qin Xiang's divine might become even stronger, and the speed of burning also became faster and faster. Within 3 days, the mouse's body was completely burnt and refined. Those large formations had been in operation for 3 days and had consumed 30 billion Tao crystal. Right now, he already had approximately 2 trillion of them, so these 30 billion Tao crystal were not really too much for him. This is great. I never would have thought that all these formations would be activated so quickly. Qin Xiang rarely used those large formations before because his flames were strong enough. No matter how difficult the medicinal ingredients he encountered were, as long as he had a bit of time, he would be able to handle them. Now that he had met this mouse with the myriad Tao's golden body, he had no choice but to try this kind of formation. He had not expected it to have such a good effect. After the rat's body was burned, it turned into a cloud of mist, which was formed from many tiny golden particles. What surprised Qin Xiang the most was that the ball of mist was extremely thick. Could it be that this golden fog is what allowed the mouse to cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body? Although he was separated by a chuang's H, I plus G, O, D furnace, when he used his mind to control the ball of mist, he was able to determine that the ball of mist was actually more than 1,000,000 kilograms. Uncle Lin, can you see how heavy this pill furnace is? Qin Xiang said that ball of mist was extremely warm inside the pill furnace. Qin Xiang was not worried about anything else happening. All right. Lin Jitian immediately walked over and picked up the chuang's H, I plus G, O, D furnace Qin Xiang was carrying, and when he lifted it up, his eyebrows immediately furrowed tightly. At least 10 million pounds. Good G. Oh, D, why is it so heavy? Although Lin Jitian was carrying a heavy pill furnace, he looked to be very relaxed. This kind of weight was nothing for a cultivator like him. This was caused by that mouse being refined. I thought I was mistaken just now, so I let you see it. Qin Xiang said, now I will just have to see if I can refine it into a pill. If I succeed, maybe I can use this mouse's body to help me cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body. Just look at him and you'll know. Lin Jitian said. Qin Xiang continued to refine it. He did not consider using crash method. The energy inside was so terrifying if he were to charge into it if he did not control it well. The chuang's H, I plus G, O, D furnace would definitely be destroyed. Moreover, it would not be easy for him to condense that energy into a pill. Luckily, his 6 realms mirrors was able to help him. There were many large arrays within the 6 realms mirrors, and one of them was the large formation to assist him in condensing pills. It was especially effective against this kind of powerful energy with a single attribute. In the previous refining stage, Qin Xiang took 7 days, but the condensing of a core took 8 days. He had spent a total of half a month, which meant that he wanted to wait a long time. I finally managed to condense a pill. Let's call it Jinzu and Dan. Qin Xiang looked at the golden pellet and laughed. Uncle Lin, I'm just looking. Please watch out for me. All right, but you have to be careful. This is something made from those mice. Lin Jitian said, his eyes filled with worry. Don't worry. Based on my many years of experience, there's nothing wrong with this pill. Qin Xiang said as he ate the pellet. C2878. C2878 after eating it. A burst of energy immediately exploded out, causing Qin Xiang's body to abruptly burst out with a burst of golden-colored mist, as his body also expanded a little due to the energy. Seeing this scene, Lin Jitian was so scared that he started to sweat profusely. He was worried that Qin Xiang would explode into pieces, so he anxiously walked over to inspect Qin Xiang's body. Don't worry, I'm fine. Qin Xiang grinned. Although the situation just now looked terrifying, Qin Xiang himself had felt the most. Although that power suddenly exploded inside his body, it didn't cause him any pain. Instead, it made him feel very comfortable. After Chen Xiang consumed it, he felt that the pellet was like an eternal spring that continuously surged with energy. It surged crazily in his limbs and bones, flowed through his entire body, and fused into his body, strengthening his body. After 3 days, Qin Xiang was finally able to recover from the swelling. After waking up, he felt that his condition was very good, but what he did not expect was that the 6 souls inside his divine sense he had actually grown a lot larger. The 6 souls was originally one of 6 small heavenly beasts, but it had clearly become larger now. He had only eaten 1 Jinzuandan. How do you feel? Can I cultivate it to the benefit of the myriad Tao's golden body? Lin Jitian asked anxiously. He had been waiting anxiously for the past few days. I feel very good. I am sure that this pill can help people cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body. Chen Xiang excitedly told Lin Jitian, but there is a lot to be done. At least 100 of them are needed in order for a person to cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body. 100 pills meant 100 terrifying rats. Are there many rats in that forbidden area? Chen Xiang asked, as he understood the situation the best. Many, at least thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of those rats. Lin Jitian laughed. Let's go, we're going to capture him now. All right. If the Chuangs, H-I plus G, D furnace of Qin Xiang could place a large amount of these mice, it would be easy for the Chuangs. H-I plus G, D furnace to attack from the outside, but the defense of the inside was extremely strong. Wanting to come out from the inside was not easy. Other than the Chuangs, H-I plus G, D furnace, Qin Xiang could also lock the rats inside the 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors had a few P-A-C-S that could store life, and one of them was specially made to hold strong things. Qin Xiang and Lin Jitian went back to the enchantment once again, and together they captured the terrifying rats. They planned to use a long time to catch all the rats inside the enchantment. To them, the mice inside were extremely precious medicine. As long as they could catch a large amount of it, they would be able to obtain a great fortune. Chen Xiang calculated it and said that if he wanted to refine 100 Jinzuandan, then he would need 3 trillion Dao Crystal S. This made him suddenly feel a lot of pressure, and right now, not only did he need to refine 100 Jinzuandan pills, he also needed to refine 300 Jinzuandan S for Lin Jitian and the other Mei Jing sisters S. Then, that would be 9 trillion Dao Crystal S. I need to go back and earn more Dao Crystal. Fortunately, Chen Xiang could sell the Huazuandan now, so the Huazuandan would definitely be very popular. At that time, he would definitely be able to earn a lot of Dao Crystal from them. In the following days, Qin Xiang and Lin Jitian were frantically catching rats. If they were to go back and tell others that they had been catching rats for the past few days, others would definitely think that they were joking. If it was true, they too thought that they had gone mad to actually do such a thing. Unknowingly, about 9 months had passed. Qin Xiang felt that it was about time to return to the heavenly alchemy divine sect, because it was time for the myriad Tao mausoleum to open. He had promised the leader S before, and this time he would go in with him. Qin Xiang had already captured over 1,000 terrifying rats. These types of rats were all imprisoned in 6 realms mirrors S. Even he himself felt that it was a little hairy. If these mice ran out, it would be a disaster. Uncle Lin, I'll come find you after I finish refining this pill. Qin Xiang said, refining this kind of pellet requires time and a large number of Dao crystal. I am unable to complete it in a short period of time. Of course I know. As long as you remember, it's fine. I'm also going to the myriad Tao mausoleum this time, and I'll get a little more good stuff there. I'll sell you all the Dao crystal that I got. Lin Jitian laughed. He had seen Qin Xiang refining Jinzuandan, and he knew that 1 pellet would consume at least 30 billion Dao crystal. If it was Chen Xiang taking all the responsibility of the Dao crystal, it would definitely be unbearable. Lin Jitian himself was too embarrassed, said to ask Qin Xiang to drop so many Dao crystal. Qin Xiang used the 6 realms time and SPAC door and brought Lin Jitian back to the Heavenly Alchemy Divine Sect. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader was already waiting for Qin Xiang at the island where the great clan elder resided. Seeing that Qin Xiang had returned, he immediately asked, "Have you used the 6 realms time and SPAC door?" "It's been used. Everything was successful." Qin Xiang responded, "How is Flying Dragon Experience Place doing now?" "After a few huge battles, I finally managed to push back the dragon demons. However, the situation is still not looking good. It seems like the terrifying thing that is Dragon Devil Deadland will pop out at any time." Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader said, "Let's go. We are heading to Myriad Tao Mausoleum now." This time, the 4 great divine sects still arranged for many people to enter the Myriad Tao Mausoleum to search for treasures. Qin Xiang and the Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader were together, walking at the front, and was the first group to enter the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Being together with Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader, the entire journey went by without a hitch. Very quickly, arrived at Colorful Forest with Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader, then followed him and flew towards the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall. At that time, it will inevitably be a huge battle. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader's expression was solemn. "The news of you being able to enter the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall has already spread, especially those people from the Purple Blood Clan. They will definitely come to take revenge. But you don't have to worry, the leader can stop them." Qin Xiang nodded his head. "Leader, after I entered the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall, what kind of good stuff can I get? Even though you all didn't say it, but I feel like you all are facing a great crisis. Are you all betting everything on me now? We don't know what's inside the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall either. In short, it's just our hope." Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader said, "When you walk down the path of the heavenly refining, if you are unable to continue, enter the 6 realms time and SPAC door and come out again after recovering. You should be able to reach the end of the path after repeating this way." So that's how it is. However, this would take a long time. Especially in the Heavenly Refining Road, not long after I entered, a lot of time had passed, said outside. Wouldn't that be the same as losing a lot of time? When Qin Xiang thought of this, he felt a little uncomfortable. If you can reach the end of the path, what's so special about this amount of time? The Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader chuckled. The Heavenly Refining Great Tao will not disappoint you. You just have to rest assured that you can go. C 2879. C 2879, the Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader's speed was extremely fast, and he had even taken many shortcuts. Very quickly, he arrived outside the oasis where the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall were. It was just that outside this oasis, Qin Xiang could feel many powerful auras coming from the oasis, which made his heart tremble. What a terrifying power! Just how many powerful fellows are gathered there? Qin Xiang's heart couldn't help but start to pound. He had rarely felt this kind of fear before. This feeling was as though he would die once he stepped into the oasis. After Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader brought Qin Xiang here, he did not immediately enter the oasis either. He also felt the terrifying aura from the oasis. This is trouble. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader clenched his fists tightly. I never thought that someone of this level would come. What kind of people are they? Qin Xiang wiped off his cold sweat and asked. He did not dare enter right now, even though he had many methods. But before that powerful existence, he was still nothing but trash. Divine Ghost Imperial Countries, Ghost Marshal, White Bones Imperial's Bone King. Also, the Flying Dragon Ghost Realm S of the Flying Dragon Ghost Realm. Other than these, the purple, gold, white, and black powerful elders of the 4 blood clans are also here. The Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader frowned and said, Right now they are gathered here. They should be here for you. Qin Xiang was also horrified when he heard these names. Then what do we do? Would you like to return it to the king's cage? Qin Xiang immediately said, Leader, can you deal with them? No way. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader shook his head. Even if the leader-s of our 4 great divine sects join forces, we can only deal with one of them. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader sighed. Seems like I can only come next time they guessed that I would bring you here this time. So they have been waiting here for a long time. What are they waiting for me for? They want to catch me? Qin Xiang knew that this was related to him being able to enter the Heavenly Alchemy Stone Wall. I don't know, but it's not a good thing. For the sake of safety, we can only wait. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader patted Qin Xiang's shoulders. Let's go back now. Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, there was currently facing a crisis, and if this were to drag on, the consequences would definitely become even more serious. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader obviously wanted to pry into the secrets of the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall sooner, so that they could obtain great strength and overcome the crisis Flying Dragon Pag. Oda was currently facing. Just as Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader was walking back with Qin Xiang, he suddenly saw a black shadow flash by. Qin Xiang was extremely familiar with this aura. Flying Dragon Palace leader. Qin Xiang could not help but shout in shock. You want to go back? Flying Dragon Palace leader looked at Qin Xiang, then looked at him and asked, There's nothing we can do. The strong from the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall are all gathered together. I'll bring this kid over. I know very well what the consequences will be. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader said helplessly, What if I accompany you? Flying Dragon Palace leader looked at the oasis in front of him. However, I have a condition. After this guy enters the Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall, he wanted to share the secret he obtained with me, telling me everything inside without reservation. Qin Xiang felt that there was no problem with this and said, But you must also promise me, no matter what, you must not go against me and must not become my enemy, and even more so, not kill me. Although Flying Dragon Palace leader did not directly do anything fatal to Qin Xiang did not have any good impressions towards him. How about establish H.I. plussing a blood contract? The Flying Dragon Palace leader said. All right, Qin Xiang readily agreed. He also urgently needed strength right now, mainly because he wanted to get rid of this BASTARD Natural Law Divine Lord so that he could return to Natural Law World as soon as possible. After they had decided on the blood contract, Qin Xiang and Flying Dragon Palace leader were extremely relieved. Then he walked in front, with Qin Xiang and Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader following behind him. Wait a minute. If they want to make a move, I will use all my strength to stall them. Then it will all be up to you. At this time, they had already entered the oasis. Can you? They have so many powerful guys, Qin Xiang said. Your strength should be on par with the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable. It's fine to deal with a single Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable, but there are several people there who are as powerful as the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable. No problem at all, the Flying Dragon Palace leader said, but I'm afraid not many people did it. In the past, the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable killed all the leaderess, but I was the only one who survived. I am still very strong, and after so many years of closed-door cultivation, I have also improved a lot. The power of the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable has decreased. This is mainly because he used most of his strength to create the Dragon Demon. Divine Ghost Imperial Country's Ghost Marshal should be here to watch the show. White Bones Imperial's Bone King should be here to help. Purple, Gold, White, and Black, the Blood Tribe should be here to help as well. I can completely suppress them. This Flying Dragon Palace leader was so scary. Qin Xiang was a little suspicious. White Bones Imperial's Bone King will definitely take action. If my guess is not wrong, this fellow should be Natural Law Divine Lord. I have a grudge with him. He will definitely come personally. Qin Xiang said, Are you really that powerful? I can't tell. Flying Dragon Experience Place has a total of 9 roofs, but I can already go to the 7th roof. What do you think? Flying Dragon Palace leader sneered. The guy beside you, he can only go to the 2nd floor. Chun Xiang looked at Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader, whose face was also filled with shock. It was very obvious that he was a very powerful existence that was able to go to the 7th heaven stage of the Flying Dragon Experience Place. Great Ancestor, I didn't expect your improvement to be so great. The Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader exclaimed. Sooner or later, the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, don't be destroyed, and the Flying Dragon Experience Place is the most precious thing to the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda, before the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, is destroyed. I must make good use of the Flying Dragon Experience Place, or else it will be very difficult to find a place to raise my strength in the future. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said. Leader, what is the concept of Flying Dragon Experience Place's 7th heaven platform? Chen Xiang asked in a low voice. If we're talking about strength, then Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable can go to the 3rd or 4th heaven stage. If the White Bones Imperial's 10 Great Bone Kings are like that on the 5th heaven stage, they are at most number 6. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader said, Do you understand now? Chen Xiang never thought that the skinny black-clad old man in front of him would actually contain such a terrifying power within his body. Looks like I can successfully enter the inner part of the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall this time. Chen Xiang said, Is there really something good inside? There must be. The Myriad Tao Divine Technique is inside. Flying Dragon Palace leader suddenly said, Myriad Tao Divine Technique? Chen Xiang had never heard of such delay skill. The most complete fusion of the 4 great sacred techniques is the Myriad Tao Divine Arts. After learning it, you will be able to integrate and master all the 4 great sacred techniques. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said, and the Heavenly Alchemy is the basic cultivation method of the Myriad Tao's divine arts. Chun Xiang suddenly understood why it would be easier for him to learn the other 3 divine arts after learning the Heavenly Alchemy. He had not expected the 4 great mystical arts to be fused into one, but they had been subtly separated. See 2880. See 2880 Chen Xiang felt that the so-called Myriad Tao Divine Technique existed inside the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall, but it would definitely not be easy to obtain it. There is a legend in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. As long as you cultivate the Myriad Tao's divine arts, you can leave the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Many of the fellows here are imprisoned in this Myriad Tao Mausoleum, so of course they would want to leave. However, they do not have enough power, and only by cultivating the Myriad Tao divine arts can they break through and obtain the power to leave this place. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said, Many of the people imprisoned in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum were unforgivable evildoers, such as those in the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable, and those in the Natural Law Divine Lord who were unable to leave after entering. The reason the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable was willing to enter this place was also to make himself stronger. Since this was a world, there were plenty of resources. The biggest benefit for him was that there was still a lot of room for growth. Otherwise, he would be restricted greatly when he was in the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda, if he wasn't careful, he would still be sealed. If he was, it would take many years for him to come out of the seal. After entering the oasis, he was not far from the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall. Chun Xiang started to get nervous. He was going to enter the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall soon. Stepping into the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall would require him to endure a very terrifying power. This kind of power would make him wish he were dead, as if he had been pierced by many burning needles. Are you ready? Flying Dragon Palace leader said, We will go over first. If there's anything wrong, I will immediately start a war with them. Then you guys can decide for yourselves. All right. Chun Xiang nodded. Granduncle, it's up to you. Heavenly Alchemy Sect leader said, When I send Chun Xiang in, you will have to wait here for him to come out safely. Otherwise, even if he can reach the end of the heavenly refining great Tao, if he is not protected after he comes out safely, it will all be for naught. Don't worry, I've already considered everything. Flying Dragon Palace leader sneered. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, the Flying Dragon Palace leader had brought Qin Xiang and the others to the open S.P.A.C., where the heavenly alchemy stone wall were. The heavenly alchemy stone wall was still glowing with a gold light, and many of them were still in front of the heavenly alchemy stone wall, causing a strong chi force to form there. If the weaker people were unable to resist the chi force, they would not dare to come closer, and if they came closer, they would be covered in cold sweat from fright. Qin Xiang is here! A person shouted. No one knew who it was. But with this shout, the atmosphere immediately changed, becoming solemn and murderous. Feeling the killing intent, Qin Xiang could not help but be shocked. There were many people here that wanted to kill him, but he did not know why. Flying Dragon Palace leader. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable growled. It was a tall man dressed in black dragon scale armor. Upon seeing Flying Dragon Palace leader, his face revealed a look of hatred. Flying Dragon Palace leader only scanned the people here, then brought Qin Xiang and Heavenly Alchemy sect leader to the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall. Just as they were walking over, a few auras immediately attacked them. At that time, Qin Xiang could feel the aura of the Natural Law Divine Lord, and he immediately looked towards him. Natural Law Divine Lord was dressed in a white robe. He was a man with a pale face and white hair. When he saw Qin Xiang, his eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. What are you guys doing? Flying Dragon Palace leader shouted loudly. His black robe suddenly broke and flashed with several golden lights, each of them transforming into a flying dragon. They flew up high in the sky and turned into hundreds of huge golden dragons, covering the entire oasis's sky. Golden rays of light shot down from the sky as the golden dragon, lightning, continued to strike down. A rumbling sound was accompanied by waves of majestic dragon roars, shaking the earth until it seemed as if it was about to split open. Under the immense pressure of the dragon, many people felt that their shoulders were too heavy to move. At this time, the Heavenly Alchemy sect leader brought Qin Xiang to the front of the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall. Qin Xiang immediately activated the Tao energy in his body and released the Heavenly Alchemy immortal power. After releasing the Heavenly Alchemy immortal power, the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall had a reaction and immediately sucked Qin Xiang into it. After Qin Xiang entered the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall, he knew nothing about what was happening outside, and he also knew that time was of the essence. He only spent a short amount of time inside, while many days would have passed set outside. Flying Dragon Palace leader and Heavenly Alchemy sect leader will stay outside for a while longer, and the danger will increase. The battle outside must be very intense. It's such a pity that we didn't manage to spectate for a while. Qin Xiang did want to see it, but now was not the time. Inside the Heavenly Alchemy stone wall, the great way of the heavenly refining appeared. After he stepped onto the great way of the heavenly refining, the power that made him feel fear appeared, and it was as if his body was suddenly struck by a few strong streams of scorching qi. The sudden pressure made him feel as if he was being crushed, and he almost vomited blood. Why is this power getting stronger and stronger? Qin Xiang was shocked. He had thought that after raising his strength, he would be able to resist the power of the great way of the heavenly refining. But who knew that as his cultivation level increased, the power inside would also increase. Although the power of the great Tao of heavenly refining has increased, my strength has increased even more. Qin Xiang looked at the endless great Tao of heavenly refinement and suddenly felt powerless in his heart. He felt that reaching the end was simply too far, and he would need to suffer and suffer the entire way. Thinking of this, he began to feel fear in the depths of his heart. He wanted to retreat. However, in order to obtain the supreme myriad Tao divine, arts hidden within, in order to defeat the Natural Law Divine Lord, he had to reach the end. Only then could he obtain the divine arts, become stronger, seize control of the natural law world, and return to see his beloved that he had always missed. As long as he thought of the lover that he had respected for many years, Qin Xiang was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Gritting his teeth and plussing forward, in the end he could not bear the pain and kneeled on the ground, almost falling down. 6 realms time and S.P.A.C. door. Qin Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors S and let himself enter the 6 realms time and S.P.A.C. door. Even though his mind had only gone in, his physical body outside did not experience any more pain. This surprised him. He did not expect this to be useful. Previously, 6 Realms sect leader was not sure if this would work, but now he did not expect it to have such a good effect. This way, my body will be able to recover for a period of time. I wonder how much time has Pa-S set outside. Even when Qin Xiang was inside the 6 Realms time and S.P.A.C. door, he did not feel the loss of time. After that, he came out of the 6 Realms time and S.P.A.C. door, sprinting on an extremely painful path. After he could not take it anymore, he immediately entered the 6 Realms time and S.P.A.C. door to heal his injuries. After repeating this tens of times, he walked on the great path of the heavenly refining, and just like that, he Pa-S said a long, painful year. The rainbow had always been after the rain, and although it had caused Qin Xiang to feel pain all over, he had finally reached the end of the heavenly refining great Tao. See 2881. See 2881 at the end of the path was a table. On the table was a white jade book with nothing written on the cover. The updates were quick. When Qin Xiang came to the table, the burning pain suddenly disappeared, causing his entire body to relax. He carefully touched the book and felt a chill. He picked up the jade book and opened it. Every page inside was blank. There was nothing inside. Is this the myriad Tao divine technique? Qin Xiang looked around, and even went under the table to look once, but he did not find anything. Just as he was about to carefully inspect the mahogany table, he realized that many cracks had suddenly appeared on the table. Then it shattered, turning into a red light, and flew away. Is this the only thing at the end of the heavenly alchemy stone wall? Qin Xiang looked at the book in his hands and frowned. There was nothing written on it. Try dripping blood. Qin Xiang immediately dripped blood on it, but to no avail. Following that, he used many techniques to prevent the book from making any movements. Coming here, he obtained this mysterious thing, causing Qin Xiang to suddenly want to curse. He had placed all his hopes on this book, but there was nothing about it. There must be something. Qin Xiang released the heavenly alchemy immortal power and gave it a try, but there was still no response. After tossing and turning for the majority of the day, Qin Xiang rested for a bit, but he did not despair. After all, he had been busy for a very long time. He would never give up on something like this. We'll talk about it when we get back. I wonder if the Flying Dragon Palace leader will be able to do anything about it? Qin Xiang looked at the heavenly refining great Tao, and his scalp went numb because he still had to endure the pain and walk back. Heavenly alchemy stone wall, this broken place. Qin Xiang could not help but curse, and then stepped onto the heavenly refining great Tao. Just as he stepped onto it, he originally thought that he would immediately endure immense pain, but it did not come. Qin Xiang was ecstatic. He laughed. Haha, when we reach the end, we'll go back and be fine. Just like this, Qin Xiang continued to run wildly all the way, stopping and walking uncontrollably. He did not have to endure the pain, hence he was extremely fast. In just a day's time, he had reached the big door that led in. It had taken him over a year to get here, but he had only taken a single day to get back. This meant that this path was not very long. It was just that it was very difficult to walk on. Qin Xiang stood in front of the light curtain and took a deep breath. He didn't know what would happen after he left, and he didn't know how many years had Pa-S said since he came out. In short, when he came in, the fight outside was extremely fierce. Let's go all out. Qin Xiang clenched his teeth and ran frantically towards the light screen. After us. H.I. Plussing out, what Qinxiang saw shocked him. It was not an oasis anymore, it was filled with water. The short mountain that the heavenly alchemy stone wall was on was now like an island in the middle of the water. Qinxiang looked forward. In front of him was the endless blue ocean. It was currently noon, and the sun was extremely intense. What happened? You became like this after a single battle? Qinxiang climbed to the top of the mountain where the heavenly alchemy stone wall was. Hey! Qinxiang shouted, but there was no reaction. What should I do now? Go back? The direction has changed. Qinxiang was now unable to determine the direction to return to. Previously, Flying Dragon Palace leader had promised him that he would wait for him outside, but now he had yet to come. Just as Qinxiang was about to leave, he suddenly saw a small golden dragon swimming towards him like a small snake. This should be the Flying Dragon Palace leader's golden dragon. Qinxiang had seen the golden dragon released by the Flying Dragon Palace leader before, and its aura was the same as this little golden dragon's. He immediately went over and caught the little golden dragon and asked, "Can you hear me? What had happened? Why is there such a huge change outside?" "You're still alive." The golden dragon spoke out. It was the voice of the Flying Dragon Palace leader. "Nonsense, of course I'm alive. Just what is going on? I want to go back." Qinxiang suddenly felt that a long time had passed set outside. He suddenly wanted to curse. He had lost so much time because he couldn't understand a single book. "What's the situation now?" Qinxiang asked. The little gold dragon sighed and said, "This has already been over 10,000 years. This is the only body I have left." "What, you're already dead?" Qinxiang did not dare believe that the extremely strong Flying Dragon Palace leader would actually die, and only the little golden dragon remained to support his existence. "It's not that I'm completely dead, it's just that my body has been destroyed and my soul is still there." Flying Dragon Palace leader said, "All these years, I have been waiting for you to appear here. Now I have finally found you." "Oh, right. How long have you been in there?" "It's only been a little more than a year, and it's already been 10,000 years outside. D.A.M. And it lousy is spending so much time on it." Qinxiang could not help but scold loudly as he held onto the heavenly alchemy stone wall tightly. What happened to this broken stone wall? Why isn't the light S.H.I. plus Ning anymore? No one will come to understand what is going on with this myriad Tao mausoleum. There's water everywhere. Jinlong sighed. In the past 10,000 years, many things have happened. You definitely didn't expect that, among them, all of the 4 great divine sects died. What? They are all dead. Qinxiang was stunned. He did not dare believe that heavenly alchemy sect leader, who he had been laughing and talking with, was now dead. And this was more than a year ago. Why? Why would they die? Qinxiang suddenly thought of Lin Jitian, the great clan elder, and the people who were on good terms with him, and he wondered how they were doing. It's a long story. The Flying Dragon Palace leader lied on the ground and said, "I'll tell you slowly." The Flying Dragon Palace leader and Qinxiang talked for a long time, listening to Qinxiang's shocked tone. In the past 10,000 years, there had been too many things happening. Although the Flying Dragon was not destroyed, the world had been turned upside down inside, especially above the 1,000 floors, which was now the world of the dragon demons. Humans had already become very low-level organisms, and could only survive if they were loyal to the dragon demon. For great divine sects and the Flying Dragon Palace were completely ruled by the dragon demon. When the Flying Dragon Palace leader suffered a cruise, Plussing defeat in battle with the Dragon Elder, he could only protect his soul and hide inside the myriad Tao mausoleum, which was why he was not killed. Dragon Demon Sovereign did not dare enter the myriad Tao mausoleum, and he hated the myriad Tao mausoleum very much, so he would send many strong humans there soon, causing a huge commotion inside. He even cooperated with the White Bones Imperial and the Flying Dragon Ghost Realm. making a mess of the inside of the myriad Tao mausoleum. As for the heavenly alchemy stone wall, because it was hard for it to comprehend anything again, it had gradually been forgotten. I obtained this at the end of the heavenly refining great Tao. I wonder just what use it has. Chunxiang took out the nameless jade book and helplessly said, "You've been wasting so much time. Just because you got this thing?" This is the myriad Tao divine arts. You have succeeded. Flying Dragon Palace Leader said excitedly. C 2882. C 2882 Chunxiang could not believe that this thing, which did not have any content, was actually the legendary myriad Tao divine arts. Is this true? Why is there nothing in it? Chunxiang anxiously said, "Palace Lord, do you know of any way to use it? Hurry up and tell me." 10,000 years had Pa S said, and Chunxiang also didn't know how the natural law world was doing right now. He was extremely anxious and really wanted to return to take a look, but he didn't have enough strength. The updates were quick. "Open this book and put it on the ground." "I'll try." The Flying Dragon Palace Leader seemed to have a deep understanding of the myriad Tao divine arts. Chunxiang nodded and followed his instructions. "You just wait patiently." Flying Dragon Palace Leader didn't know what to do as he laid on the jade book. While Chunxiang was waiting, he entered the 6 realms time and S.P.A.C. door to check Xue Xianqian's Wheel of Fate. After he finished looking, he discovered that Xue Xianqian's Wheel of Fate was still in quite a good state, and he could still feel joy and happiness from it. This made him feel a lot more at ease, and he then went to inspect the Wheel of Fate of his other women, one by one, who were already friends and relatives. As long as the Wheel of Destiny was still there, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lin Jitian and the Great Clan Elder were also here, which meant that they were still alive. The 4 great divine sexes' Wheel of Fate was already gone, and they were indeed dead. When Chunxiang was inside the 6 realms time and S.P.A.C. door, he suddenly felt a strong wave of heavenly alchemy immortal power outside. He immediately left the 6 realms time and S.P.A.C. door. He saw that the jade book, which was placed on the ground and opened, released a golden light that shot towards the heavenly alchemy stone wall. Chunxiang looked at the heavenly alchemy stone wall that was being shot by the golden light. Seeing that there were more than 100 chants written on it, he immediately memorized them all. This is the complete extent of the myriad Tao's divine arts. Although it is simple, it can combine the 4 great sacred arts and fuse them into one. If you have the 4 great sacred techniques in your mind, you can combine them all to form the myriad Tao divine arts. Flying Dragon Palace Leader said, "Do you remember now?" "I've already remembered it." Chunxiang said, "All right." After Flying Dragon Palace Leader finished speaking, the jade book stopped releasing a golden light. "Keep it safe. Only by cooperating with the heavenly alchemy stone wall can you see the contents. You have memorized it already, so you won't need it again in the future." Flying Dragon Palace Leader said, "Your trip this time wasn't in vain. It has already allowed you to obtain the myriad Tao's divine arts." Flying Dragon Palace Leader had also learned it himself, but it was not convenient for him to cultivate in his current state, so there was a sense of loss in his voice. "Then how is natural law divine Lord now?" Chunxiang asked. "He's still the Bone King of the White Bones Imperial. He was originally ranked 7th, but now he's ranked 1st. This guy has a pretty good relations. HI+P with the Dragon Demon Lord, even though they haven't met each other before." The Flying Dragon Palace Leader said. Even the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable had to call him master. It showed just how powerful he was. Now that Dragon Demon Sovereign has taken over the Flying Dragon Experience Place, only with his permission can they enter it to cultivate. Otherwise, no one is allowed to enter. After the Flying Dragon Experience Place was taken over, the growth of humans was limited. This way, it would be difficult for them to defeat the dragon demons in the future, as long as you were in Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, duh, you would be enslaved by the dragons and demons for your entire life. The ancient transmission array that was teleported from the flying dragon peg. Oh, to the myriad Tau mausoleum was also controlled by the dragon demons, making it even more difficult to enter the myriad Tau mausoleum. Why did this place become a sea? Qinxiang asked. Wasn't it because of the war? The battle was too intense, causing the ground around the heavenly alchemy stone wall to collapse. Afterwards, more and more water came from the Rainbow River, and over time became an ocean. Flying Dragon Palace leader mounted Qinxiang's 6 realms mirrors. Do you want to return to the Flying Dragon Peg? Oda now? The Flying Dragon Palace leader said. That's right, I have to go back. With my ability, it shouldn't be a problem for me to quietly grow inside. Qinxiang said, but it's not easy for you to return. The formation to return is already under the control of the dragon demons. The Flying Dragon Palace leader replied, It was also with great difficulty that I came here back then. As long as I leave this area, I will be able to use my spatial power and return to the Flying Dragon Peg. Oda, with my current strength, this shouldn't be a problem. Qinxiang said, That's for the best, then let's go back. You must think of a way to go to the Flying Dragon Experience place, a place that can make you stronger. The current Flying Dragon Palace leader was extremely weak, so he could only rely on Qinxiang. Although Qinxiang did not have any good impressions towards the Flying Dragon Palace, he and the Flying Dragon Palace leader did not have any deep grudges either. They had a common enemy now, and both had a common goal. The Flying Dragon Palace leader was not as arrogant as before. After all, he no longer had the strength that could look down on all the heroes, and he could no longer be arrogant. Under the guidance of the Flying Dragon Palace leader, Qinxiang came to the divine Ghost Imperial country and then used the power of SPAC to return there. When he returned, he used the 6 realms time and SPAC door, so he was able to sense where Lin Jitian was. So fast! Although the Flying Dragon Palace leader was strong in the past, they were not strong enough to be like Qinxiang. It's also exhausting my strength. Qinxiang let out a long breath. 10,000 years have said, but I haven't made any progress in all these years. The dragon demons in the Flying Dragon Peg. Oh, it must be very strong. That's not it. You are an early-stage Taizun realm after all, and you even possess a heavenly alchemy immortal power, the Flying Dragon Palace leader said. Even though the heavenly alchemy divine sect is dead, he left you something. It is in the great clan elder's hands. You must find the great clan elder. What is it? Qinxiang asked anxiously. The most valuable treasure of the heavenly alchemy divine sect, the heavenly refining divine cauldron. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said, This is a supreme divine object. The heavenly alchemy soul was created using the divine furnace. Back then, he risked his life just to protect this divine object and let the great clan elder take it away. Is he really going to give it to me? Qinxiang didn't dare believe that such an important thing was actually going to be given to him. Who should I give it to if not you? Only you are worthy of this divine cauldron. Your heavenly alchemy soul and body are fused, and you are even cultivating the myriad Tao divine technique. Flying Dragon Palace leader said. So you have to quickly find the great clan elder. Right now, many people are looking for him. Especially that Zhao clan. Zhao clan. Of course, Qinxiang did not forget. He was just curious about how the Zhao clan was doing now. Zhao clan is now a follower of the dragon demon, a lackey of the dragon demon. These be ASTARDS. The Flying Dragon Palace leader cursed. All right, I'll go find the great elder now, but I need to find 2 friends first. They're both pretty strong. Qinxiang wanted to find Lin Jitian and Little Bat. They were still alive. Lin Jitian was now near him. C. 2883. C. 2883, although Flying Dragon Palace leader, was the only overlord of the Flying Dragon Palace and was extremely powerful, many people in the Flying Dragon Palace knew that he was very respectful. However, ever since he had lost, the people who had been loyal to him in the Flying Dragon Palace had all pledged their allegiance to the dragon demon. Only then would they be able to continue living. When the Flying Dragon Palace leader brought up this matter, he really wanted to go to the Flying Dragon Palace and kill all of those fence-sitters. Chun Xiang came to the foot of a large tree. The trunk of the tree was very thick and could fit a small house inside. Uncle Lin, Chun Xiang shouted from the powerful tree trunk. Using the Dao Heart Eye, Chun Xiang could immediately tell that there was PAC inside the tree trunk, but he could not clearly see if there was anyone inside. However, he had sensed from the 6 realms time and PAC door that Lin Jitian's engine wheel was here, so Lin Jitian would definitely be. Isn't it here? That's impossible. Chun Xiang waited a while, but still did not make any move, as his heart was filled with suspicions. Just as Chun Xiang was about to use the spatial teleportation technique, the big tree suddenly shook and released a white light. Then Lin Jitian walked out. Uncle Lin, Chun Xiang was very excited. Lin Jitian was even more agitated than him. He had thought that Chun Xiang had died and had been 10,000 years since they last met. Brat, you didn't die. That's great. Lin Jitian quickly pulled Chun Xiang into the tree trunk. Behind the Jinka was a small hall where Lin Jitian had been hiding all these years. Chun Xiang could also tell that Lin Jitian's current cultivation was still at the late period of Taizun realm, so it would not be easy for him to step into it. Uncle Lin, how have you been these past few years? Have you not stepped into the venerable ancestor realm yet? Chun Xiang felt that this 10,000 years should be enough for Lin Jitian to break through. Lin Jitian shook his head. Right now, improving is becoming more and more difficult. According to what I know, if one wants to enter the venerable ancestor realm, they would normally have to go to the Flying Dragon Experience place to cultivate. What about the little bats? Do you have any contact with him? Chun Xiang asked. The little bat had said before that it would cultivate and charge into the venerable ancestor realm. He has already become your ancestor. I haven't seen him for many years. The last time I saw him was more than 1,000 years ago. Lin Jitian sighed. Last time he said that he was going to the Dragon Devil Deadland. I wonder how he is doing now. Why do you want to go to the Flying Dragon Experience place after stepping into the venerable ancestor realm? Chun Xiang released the little golden dragon. This was the Flying Dragon Palace leader. He understood the matters of the Flying Dragon Experience place the best. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said, "The Flying Dragon Experience place has a special power, and after actually cultivating inside, it can allow people to cultivate the golden body of the myriad Tao. If they want to become an ancestor, they must have the golden body of the myriad Tao." Lin Jitian nodded. I never thought that after separating for 10,000 years. How have you been? Where are they? I'm inside the heavenly alchemy stone wall. I've only been inside for more than a year. Speaking of this matter, Chun Xiang felt very uncomfortable. He had lost 10,000 years in vain. Then Chun Xiang told Lin Jitian about the situation inside the heavenly alchemy stone wall. Lin Jitian knew that Chun Xiang was still alive, and also knew that there was hope. Now that the Flying Dragon Experience place was under the control of the dragon demon, without extremely powerful strength, it was impossible to overthrow the dragon demon's rule. In that case, it would be almost impossible to use the Flying Dragon Experience place to cultivate the golden body of the myriad Tao. However, Chun Xiang was able to use the corpse of such a terrifying mouse to refine a Jinzuandan, and this Jinzuandan was able to help a person cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body. Because he could not break through, Lin Jitian looked much older. Chun Xiang now knew that refining Jinzuandan was his top priority, but he still had to find Little Bat and the great clan elder. In this situation, he needed to gather these trustworthy people. After Chen Xiang sensed the little bat's location from the Six Realms time and SPAC door, he brought Lin Jitian there. This place was very close to the Dragon Devil Deadland, and when they arrived, Chen Xiang sensed the aura of the dragon demon and thought that he had entered the Dragon Devil Deadland. If Lin Jitian had not told him that this was only a city outside of Dragon Devil Deadland, he would not have believed it. How is it inside the Dragon Devil Deadland? Chen Xiang looked in the direction where the dragon's demonic aura was coming from. There are a lot of dragon demons there. They have already built a city inside, but I have no idea where these dragon demons came from. Lin Jitian said, "Are you sure that the little bat is here?" "I'm sure I'll be able to find him soon," Chen Xiang said, then once again entered the Six Realms time and SPAC door. Not long later, he teleported with Lin Jitian. This time they came to a dark cave in the mountain. Coming here and sensing the weak aura of the little bat, Lin Jitian immediately shouted excitedly, "Little bat, I am old Lin!" When Lin Jitian shouted, the surroundings suddenly lit up, only to see a gigantic golden bat hanging upside down on the belly of the mountain. Following that, a green-haired teenager running out from the dragon bat's wings. The little bat looked like a child previously, but now he was a teenager. His strength had increased a lot as well. Old Lin, Chen Xiang. The little bat knew them and couldn't help but laugh happily. Afterwards, Chen Xiang and the other two started to chat with each other. They knew that the reason the little bats were at this place was to observe the Dragon Devil Deadland, because there were too many secrets hidden in the Dragon Devil Deadland. He had been here for many years and had gained a lot. There are already cities built in the Dragon Devil Deadland, and all of these cities actually have transmission arrays. These transmission arrays are actually connected to other large cities. The little bat said, "These transmission arrays are not easy to arrange, but they understand. There must be a master capable of using the transmission array to help them from the back." Chen Xiang said, "Who exactly is it? Why are you helping these guys?" "I don't know. In short, the demonic dragon has gradually become more human. On the outside, it looks like a human, but if we fight, it will reveal the shape of a demonic dragon." The little bat shook its head. "There are currently many dragon demons in the Dragon Devil Deadland. In the few large cities, humans are allowed to join them, and I need to agree to become their slave or serve one of the dragon demons. Humans have a very low status in there. If you have strength, you don't need to be a slave, but you need to be one of their subordinates." Chen Xiang said, "We must change the situation. These dragon demons are always hidden dangers. We don't even know what they want to do." After that, Chen Xiang told Little Bat of his plan to look for the great clan elder with him. He was worried that he would encounter danger on the way, because with the protection of the venerable ancestor realm, he would be much safer. See 2884. See 2884. Bat immediately promised Chen Xiang to go with him to look for the great clan elder. The updates were quick. The great clan elder had the spirit refining furnace in his hands, and Chen Xiang felt that if he could get it, it would allow him to refine the Jinzuan Dan a little faster. In this situation, it was hard for him to earn Dao Crystal by selling pellets and medicines, and he did not have many Dao Crystal with him right now. If he were to use Chuang's HI plus G, D furnace S to refine, he would need a large number of Dao Crystal. When Chen Xiang sensed the great clan elder from the Wheel of Fate in the Six Realms time and SPAC door, he realized that the situation for the great clan elder was not bad. Her life force was extremely strong, and from this, Chen Xiang could tell that the great clan elder was in a very good condition. Moreover, he could clearly sense the location of the great elder. After teleporting twice, Chen Xiang finally arrived at the place where the great clan elder was hiding. This was a desolate, lifeless land. However, not long after, he saw an old man quickly flying over. It was the Grand Elder. When the great clan elder of the refining divine sect saw Chen Xiang, He was very excited and immediately increased his speed by a fold. At this moment, he still could not believe it. He pinched Qin Xiang's arm and felt that there was blood and flesh on it. Lin Jia, the bat sitting beside Qin Xiang, also started laughing. Grand Elder, have you been well these past few years? Qin Xiang smiled slightly. He's still alive. That's not too bad. The great clan elder laughed bitterly. Even though he was still alive, the entire divine sex was already under the control of someone else. The Zhao clan controlled the divine sex, and he was often hunted down and killed by the Zhao clan. What caused him the most grief was the death of the leader who refined the divine sex. Do you have anything to gain from going inside the stone wall? The great elder asked. Yes. Qin Xiang nodded. Let's talk somewhere else. The myriad Tao divine arts that Qin Xiang had obtained from the stone wall was extremely important. He had planned to pass it down to the great clan elder, since the great clan elder had brought the leader along with him. The great clan elder brought Qin Xiang into a secret room, deep underground. After he went down there, Qin Xiang immediately said down the myriad Tao's divine arts to him. When the great clan elder obtained the myriad Tao's divine arts, he felt excited and at the same time sad. If the leader was still alive, he would definitely be very happy. This is the spirit refinement furnace. Leader gave it to me that day and asked me to transfer it to you. If I didn't fulfill Leader's last wish, I would have already gone to Dragon Devil Deadland and fought for my life. The great clan elder handed the spirit refinement furnace over to Qin Xiang. It was a golden cauldron, and it looked very simple, as if it was made by a child using mud. This is the spirit refinement furnace. Why does it look so terrible? Bat said. It's like being pinched by a child. This spirit refinement furnace is truly being pinched by a child. Moreover, it is the first cauldron under the heavens. Legend has it that after the child produced a cauldron, a surge of power was absorbed by the child. The cauldron also absorbed the first bit of power from the earth, so it became this spirit refining furnace. Of course, this is only Pa-S sing down from the sect. I don't know if it's true or not, but in short, this is the spirit refinement furnace without a doubt. The great elder said. Qin Xiang took it over and held it in his hand. When he touched it, he could feel the terrifying power within the spirit refinement furnace. Then he took out the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace. The chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace had also merged with other cauldrons before. So he wanted to see if the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace could still fuse with this spirit refinement furnace. What he did not expect was that they were able to fuse together once again, and the two cauldrons actually came into a tacit understanding as they clashed. The moment they collided, a golden light flashed. Qin Xiang and the others could not see the situation clearly. What's going on? The great clan elder was extremely anxious. This was a treasure of the divine sex, and now this strange phenomenon had occurred. After fusing the spirit refinement furnace with my pill furnace, I will still be able to preserve the abilities of the spirit refinement furnace. Qin Xiang laughed. Don't worry. The chuangs, H-I plus G, O, D furnace, and the spirit refinement cauldron quickly merged together, and their shape did not change much, and they still looked like chuangs. H-I plus G, O, D furnace. However, Qin Xiang realized that chuangs, H-I plus G, O, D furnace could also transform into the shape of a spirit refinement cauldron. Of course, chuangs, H-I plus G, O, D furnace S were more beautiful. It's fused. What's this called? The great clan elder could not help but exclaim in his heart when he saw the treasure he obtained from refining the divine. Sex changed to something else. Cauldron, forging furnace. Qin Xiang laughed. This thing should be able to speed up my refining process. If it's true, we might not be able to change the situation. The great elder shook his head. As long as that guy is alive, there will be no hope for us at all. He is a very powerful being, and even Flying Dragon Palace leader died. Miserable deaths in his hands. I'm not dead yet. Flying Dragon Palace leader suddenly ran out and shouted. Flying Dragon Palace leader, you are still alive. The great elder said in surprise. Of course I'm alive. How can I die that easily? Sooner or later, I will seek out the Draconians to seek revenge. At this time, Flying Dragon Palace leader had also grasped the myriad Tao divine arts. With the myriad Tao divine arts, he felt that he still had a chance to make a comeback. That's good. I will now continue to refine pills. First, I will allow Uncle Lin and Great Elder Lin to become revered ancestors. Chunxiang said. 10,000 years had said, and the Great Elder was still in the late period of Taizun realm, so his situation was the same as the Lin families. You have a way. The Great Clan Elder couldn't believe that Chunxiang could actually refine a pill that could help him step into the revered ancestor realm. I just have a certain amount of confidence that I can do it. This will take a bit of time, Chunxiang said. Right now, I need to make a trip to Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Why are you going to the Myriad Tao Mausoleum? The Great Clan Elder did not understand. The situation in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum is also very bad. Divine Ghost Imperial Country does not dare to casually open the big doors of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum now. It's fine. Even if I don't open the door, I can still enter. Chunxiang laughed. All you need to do is wait here for me. Right? You guys must think of a way to get more Dao crystal for me. I need a large number of Dao crystal right now, and it would be best if I could get a few trillion. Tens of billions of Dao crystal were all there. However, Lin Jia, Bat, and Great Elder were not ordinary people. Although they could not guarantee that they could get their hands on it, they still nodded their heads and promised Chunxiang as much as possible as they tried to get their hands on more Dao crystal. Chunxiang only had 3 trillion Dao crystal on hand. He did not know if it was enough. If Chunxiang could enter the 6 realms time and SPAC door and grasp the power of SPAC, he could teleport himself out and enter the divine Ghost Imperial Country S. There were no spatial restrictions within Myriad Tao Mausoleum, so Chunxiang could easily enter. Once again entering the divine Ghost Imperial Country, Chunxiang followed his memories and arrived outside the house where the time ghost was. In order to save time, Chunxiang could only come to Time Ghost. Time Ghost, I'm here again. Do you still remember me? Chunxiang snickered after entering. It's you. You. How did you get here? Does not seem to have opened it yet. Time Ghost exclaimed. You have become much stronger. Not bad. I need to buy some time now. Chunxiang said with a smile, is it still okay now? C2885. C2885. If Chunxiang wanted to quickly refine Jinzuandan, he would need a large number of Dao crystal to activate the array formation inside the furnace. But he did not have that many Dao crystal. The updates were quick. Therefore, he could only use more time to refine it, which was why he thought of coming to this place to look for Time Ghost. Of course you can, but the usual price is 1 billion Dao crystal for 1 hour. If you stay inside for 1 hour, it will only take 2 hours. Time Ghost was very willing. He had not had any business for a very long time. I'm going to stay here a little longer. Chunxiang laughed. Is that okay too? No problem. As long as you have many Dao crystal, you can stay as long as you want. On one hand, there were very few people who could find him here, and adding that the opening of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum's Earth Gate was not that frequent. The last time someone came here was 7,000 to 8,000 years ago. The last time he bought the time from Time Ghost, it was also with Chunxiang. All right, I'll buy 30 first. Chunxiang gave Time Ghost 30 billion Dao crystal. If he were to use an array formation to refine a Jinzuandan, the cost would be over 10 billion. But now that the Chuangs, HI plus G, Oh, D furnace and the spirit refinement furnace had fused into a furnace. The speed would definitely increase. Chun Xiang estimated that he only needed 20 billion Tao crystal to do that. Right now, he did not know that this method was more worthwhile, so he could only enter and give it a try. Chun Xiang took out a mouse from the 6 realms mirrors. This mouse had entered into the refining stone wall with him, so the time they spent there was the same. It had only been a little more than a year. Now, let's see if I can refine this thing without activating the formation inside the cauldron. Chun Xiang placed the mouse into the furnace and poured the strong divine flame. After entering the furnace, the divine power fire immediately increased by more than 10 times. It had suddenly increased by this much, which was unexpected for Chun Xiang. The spirit refinement cauldron is indeed powerful. After it merged with my chuangs, H-I plus G, D furnace, it became even more formidable. Chun Xiang was extremely agitated. Even if he did not use Tao Crystal S now, he could still incinerate the mouse's myriad Tao's golden body. According to this speed, I should be able to refine 1 out of 3 pills. Even if I had to use 30 billion Tao Crystal S to activate the formation previously, it would still take me half a month. According to this speed, I can refine 10 of them in a month inside this place. I need to stay here for 300 pills before I can refine 100 of them. About 100 of them can cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body. Chun Xiang thought it was not that hard a task for him, but it would be a little boring. Looks like I have to try out the crash method. If I am successful in my attempt, I might only need 50 of them to cultivate to reach the myriad Tao golden body. I can also save more rat flesh. Chun Xiang patted the furnace, feeling that it should be able to withstand the power that came out from the collision. All right, let's try to use the crash method. Chun Xiang had already made his decision, thinking that he needed to become stronger, even faster. After all, 10,000 years had said since the Tao world started. After 2 more days, Chun Xiang was already prepared to condense the pellet, and in order to perform the crash method, he needed to do so at this stage. He took a deep breath and then skillfully activated the crash method, controlling the lump of golden energy into 8 strands, and then fiercely collided with them. Boom! As expected, the furnace was able to withstand the pressure. Even though there was a lot of commotion, the furnace was fine. It's a success. Chun Xiang was also sweating profusely. He himself had tensed up in that instant. He was extremely satisfied with his control and was able to hold out just now. What the H-E-L are you doing? Time Ghost was shocked by the commotion. I'm concocting pills. What's wrong? Does it have a big impact on your room? Chun Xiang asked. Don't tell me that you've ruined this house, right? Of course not. It's just a little scary. The Time Ghost laughed. Time Ghost, hasn't your divine Ghost Imperial country's Ghost Emperor woken up? I heard that your divine Ghost Imperial country was being suppressed really severely. Chun Xiang asked. Isn't that so? There's no other way. Who knew that when the Flying Dragon Ghost Realm and the White Bones Imperial united, our dynasty would become like that? Time Ghost said. So, what are you going to do next? Chun Xiang asked again. I don't know. How could a minion like me know? However, the current Myriad Tao Mausoleum is in a very bad situation. It has been a long time since such a noisy situation has occurred. Would there be a big battle? The Time Ghost replied, Fortunately, I do not need to partake. 1. P8 in the battle. Chun Xiang asked a few more questions, but Time Ghost didn't understand any of them, so Chun Xiang didn't continue asking. Next, he charged at the Jinzuan Dan twice. Very quickly, the second collision ended and a spiritual G. D was born. Pills with a spiritual G. D could form and refine themselves. Great. With a spiritual G. D, I'll be able to fuse a lot more. Chun Xiang laughed out loud. After that, he would enter the core formation stage, and after that, he would be unable to control himself. Very quickly, this second crash as Jinzuandan was refined, and Chen Xiang immediately ate it. That way, he would be able to find out how effective the medicine was. After eating, the Jinzuandan refined itself, and the refining speed was extremely fast. It wasn't long before he clearly knew the effects. It's 5 times better than before. In that case, I only need 20 of them to cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body. Chun Xiang clenched his fist. To him, refining 20 pills was a piece of cake. It only took him 2 months. Originally, he planned to give it to the great clan elder and the rest to eat. But now that this situation had occurred, he changed his plan and refined all of the Jinzuandan that he needed in one go. One of the great elder, Uncle Lin, I and Mei Jing's sisters would need 80 pills, which would probably take around 8 to 9 months. 300 or so, which is equivalent to 300 hours outside. In other words, Uncle Lin and the others will need to wait for a month. It's not a very long time. And before, Chen Xiang would need half a month to refine 1 pellet, and need to refine 100 to be able to cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body. But now he would need 20, and 20 would only need 2 months. The reason why he could improve so much was all because of the spirit refinement furnace. The furnace that the spirit refinement furnace had merged with his chuangs. Hi plus God furnace was extremely powerful, allowing him to refine Jinzuandan at twice the cost of half the effort. After that, Qin Xiang bought a total of about 300 million years from the time ghost, using up about 300 billion Tao crystal. This 300 billion was nothing to Qin Xiang, and was definitely worth it in his opinion. Time Ghost was also very happy. Coming here would be a huge deal. After 300 years, Chen Xiang had long cultivated the myriad Tao's golden body, and also stepped into the middle stage of the Taizun realm. The Jinzuandan's power could strengthen the 6 souls, but it could only help him reach the middle stage. However, he had the myriad Tao's golden body, which meant that it would no longer be difficult for him to step into the venerable ancestor realm. C. 2886. C. 2886 Qin Xiang walked out of the room, left the myriad Tao mausoleum, and returned to the flying dragon peg. Oda. He had only left for 2 months, but was already at the middle stage of the Taizun realm at the moment. Furthermore, he had cultivated the myriad Tao's golden body, and all of the Mei Jing sisters inside the Yu Yao mountain villa had also stepped into the Taizun realm and cultivated the myriad Tao's golden body, quickly advancing to the middle stage of the Taizun realm. Lin Jitian and the great clan elder were both at the peak of late period of Taizun realm. They only needed to cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body, and they would be able to become revered ancestors. They had been stuck in the late period of Taizun realm for many years already, but because they could not go to Flying Dragon Experience Place to cultivate, and because they could not cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body, they were unable to break through. When Chen Xiang returned, he immediately gave the Jinzuandan to them. The great clan elder took the 20 Jinzuandan pills, still having some suspicions about this because he had never heard of a pill that could help a person cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body. Although he was also an alchemist, this was still too inconceivable to him. However, Lin Jitian knew very well that this was true because he knew the terror of those mice. Uncle Lin, is that enchantment still there? Qin Xiang asked. Back then it was precisely because of that place that Lin Jitian came across those terrifying rats. If that barrier was still there, then there would definitely be treasures left inside. I'm still here, are you going? Lin Jitian asked. Do you want me to go with you? There's no need. I'm already in the middle stage of the Supreme Realm. My power is much stronger than before. When I was in there was no problem, let alone now. Qin Xiang laughed. I just don't know if they noticed anything strange about that place. There are some dragon demons that have tried, but the dragon demons do not understand much about it. Soon, all of them have been eaten by rats. Lin Jitian said, I will go to the capital every once in a while, and there will always be many dragon demons there. Right now, There should be quite a few dragon demons or humans inside. There were a lot of dragon demons, and they loved to walk around. In this past 10,000 years, it was not strange that the dragon demons had found that place. Chen Xiang was worried that the things hidden inside might be found. Lin Jitian and the great clan elder would need a period of time to refine them. So Chen Xiang planned to go inside the mysterious barrier to find out. After Chen Xiang told the great clan elder and Lin Jitian what would happen after he ate the Jinzuan Dan, as well as the things that he needed to pay attention to, he headed towards the barrier. Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors, sat on top of it, and then used his spatial energy to teleport over. Qin Xiang let Flying Dragon Palace leader come out from the 6 realms mirrors and asked, "Flying Dragon Palace leader, do you recognize this place? The mouse I mentioned before appeared in here." "Let me think. It would be even better if you could tell me the terrain within a 10,000-kilometer radius. This will help me determine what kind of region this is." The Flying Dragon Palace leader said, "All right, I'll tell you the situation in the area with a radius of 1,000 miles first." Chen Xiang then rode on his 6 realms mirrors and flew a circle above the barrier, before turning everything he knew into an image for Flying Dragon Palace leader to see. The Flying Dragon Palace leader was one of the earliest ancestors and could be considered to be one of the oldest existences in the Flying Dragon Pag. Oda. Now that Chen Xiang wanted to know what was hidden inside the barrier, he could only ask the Flying Dragon Palace leader. Not long later, Flying Dragon Palace leader suddenly exclaimed, "It's actually this place!" "Where is it?" Chen Xiang asked anxiously. The Flying Dragon Palace leader was aware of his situation. "You should know that the Myriad Tao Mausoleum is a heavenly prison where many extremely strong and evil beings are imprisoned. And after the evil spirits leave, they will not be able to come out." The Flying Dragon Palace leader said, "Bakuo, what does it have to do with this place?" Chen Xiang thought for a while, then asked he could not think of any relations. I plus P between the two. But in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, there are demons that ran out themselves. This place is where the evil monster once resided, and now the evil demon should already be dead. When he ran over, he was sealed in this place by a mysterious power. The words of the Flying Dragon Palace leader made Chen Xiang's body tremble. An evil demon that could run out of the Myriad Tao Mausoleum must be very powerful. Are you sure the guy is dead? Chen Xiang anxiously flew out of the barrier. He was worried that the evil demon hidden inside would suddenly appear. He should already be dead. Otherwise, he would have already run to the ground. Flying Dragon Palace leader said, "Back then, when he was sealed in this place, we didn't dare to get any closer. We were worried that he would kill us. How much do you know about this? Will there be anything good left behind?" Chen Xiang asked, and then flew inside the barrier. At this time, he knew that there were a lot of people below. "I only know that this is a big rat, a very powerful rat monster." Flying Dragon Palace leader replied, "I know nothing else. A powerful mouse monster." Chen Xiang thought about those little mice. They were truly powerful. They could even easily kill the late period of Taizun realm. How can I find what's hidden here? Back then, Lin Jitian's friends knew that there was something inside, but it seemed that it was already dead. Chen Xiang used the Dao Heart Eye to look at the ground from midair, but was unable to discover anything. Oh, right, those mice should know a bit about this. I wonder if I can search through their memories. Chen Xiang caught a mouse, and then used soul-absorbing devil spell on the mouse to search its memories. Mouse's memories were not many, and it was very simple, but he could give Chen Xiang very useful information. There was an underground palace under this barrier. In Lao Shu's memory, he had mentioned when he would return to the underground palace and when he would come out. Furthermore, if anyone approached him on the ground, he must kill them and eat them. Chen Xiang didn't find anything useful in the mouse's memories, and it also didn't have anything to do with the mouse ancestor. Do you want to know? Chen Xiang pondered. After all, There was a big rat nest down there, and although he had caught a lot of rats inside, there were still a lot of them. Descend. Chun Xiang made his decision, and then he released a very strong spatial sensing power to sense everything in the surrounding space. It took him over 2 hours to sense the underground palace, after which he immediately teleported. This underground palace is really deep, as expected of the mouse nest of the ancestor. Chun Xiang came to the underground palace. It was very dark here, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light. Because he accidentally made a little noise, many dots of green light suddenly appeared. When he took a closer look, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. It was actually a lot of rats. These mice were as powerful as the ones he had captured. They were all rats with the myriad Tao's golden body and possessed terrifying speed. Damn it, why are there so many rats? Chun Xiang took out a light-emitting stone and illuminated his surroundings. There were many rats, but the thing that attracted him the most was a black bead. See 2887. See 2887. The bead was as big as a watermelon, and it was black all over. There were a lot of black energy inside the bead. At this moment, he saw a tiny mouse coming out of the black bead. Was it the black pearl that gave birth to the mouse? Chun Xiang never thought it would be like this. He thought there was a female mouse crazily making mice. Right now, Chun Xiang was holding on to the Six Realms mirrors. The array formation released by the Six Realms mirrors had a strong defensive power, and a lot of rats flew over, but were repelled by the array formation above, causing them to be unable to approach him. What exactly is this thing? Chun Xiang immediately told Flying Dragon Palace leader about the black pearl he saw. Quickly go and get it. This is an extremely precious item. If I'm not wrong, it should be a beast core left behind by the ancestor after his death. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said anxiously. Originally, Chun Xiang wanted to walk over to take a look, but he was stopped by a large group of rats. Although these rats were unable to injure him, they released a huge amount of power and were frantically trying to break through the formation to protect him. During the collision, Chun Xiang found it difficult to even move, so he had no choice but to retreat. You can't stop me. Chun Xiang laughed mischievously, and then, using the spatial extraction technique, he took the black pearl into his hands. How do I use it now? Chun Xiang asked. Drops of blood. We'll know when we drip blood. Flying Dragon Palace leader replied. As for what it will be used for, I'm not too sure either. In short, it will definitely be useful. Chun Xiang immediately bled. As the blood dripped, he suddenly had a strange feeling. After he understood this feeling, he was suddenly overjoyed. He did not expect that he would be able to sense all the rats here. The rats here were all his slaves, and they were all under his control. Furthermore, he could see everything the rats were looking at. That's great. Chun Xiang thought for a bit. Then all the rats gathered here, and many of them started to move back. He counted over 5,000 rats. These rats could not leave the boundary, but he could. As long as he put these mice into the Six Realms mirrors, he could bring them away. Not long after, he put all 5,000 or so mice into the space within the Six Realms mirrors and left the underground palace. He also realized that as long as he injected his Tao energy into the black rat emperor beads, he would be able to make it give birth to mice, and the rat would only need to absorb a certain amount of Tao energy to grow quickly. These rats all had strength comparable to the late period of Taizun realm. Especially when they ganged up and attacked it together, they would definitely win. How are things now? Flying Dragon Palace leader asked anxiously. He did not know that Chun Xiang could control this rat. I'm the new king of mice now, haha. Chun Xiang laughed. He had already left the barrier with the group of rats. This barrier was only famous because of the powerful rat that killed the Taizun realm. Now that this mouse had been brought away by Chun Xiang, this place would also become a deathly zone in the future. Chun Xiang returned to the belly of the mountain where Little Bat was. The great clan elder and Lin Jitian were still in closed-door cultivation, while Little Bat was not. I wonder where that fellow went. Chun Xiang had originally planned to invite Little Bat to the Dragon Devil Deadland to have a look. He felt that being able to control these rats would give him a lot of power. Even if he went to the Dragon Devil Deadland, he wouldn't need to worry about being surrounded by the Dragon Clan. There's no need to wait for him. Go directly to Flying Dragon Palace and see if there's any way to enter there. You need to go to Flying Dragon Experience, place to gain experience. Flying Dragon Palace leader said, "You will know once you enter the Flying Dragon Experience place. If you cultivate inside, the power you will gain will make you stronger." With the same late period of Taizun realm, if one has been trained in the Flying Dragon Experience place, their strength would be stronger than other late period of Taizun realm S. If Lin Jitian and the great clan elder succeeded, they would also step into the venerable ancestor later stage. Furthermore, he was still in the middle stage of the Taizun realm, so he had to use this time to catch up. Right now, he had no good way to continue leveling up, so he could only go to Flying Dragon Experience Place to take a look. Flying Dragon Palace leader was the most familiar with Flying Dragon Experience Place, and under his guidance, they quickly reached Flying Dragon Palace. There were large cities around Flying Dragon Palace, and it was already very lively in the past. But now that they were ruled by the dragon demons, the ones managing the cities around the Flying Dragon Palace were still the same people. They had all betrayed the Flying Dragon Palace leader, surrendered to the dragon demons, and became the dragon demons' underlings. This was something that the Flying Dragon Palace leader would never forget. Right now, no one dared to sell dragon magic Dan. No one even dared to mention. After all, this was the world of the dragon demons. One of the strengths of dragon demons was their poison. Almost every dragon demon could release the poison of dragon demons, and the poison released by the powerful dragon demons was even more powerful. However, the poison released by the powerful dragon demons had an instantaneous effect, and there was no way to guard against it at all, unless one ate the dragon magic Dan beforehand. Only the Zhao clan and Qin Xiang possessed the dragon magic Dan S medicine. The Zhao clan was currently a loyal supporter of the Dragon Demon Empire, and they had long since destroyed all the dragon magic Dan S medicine, letting them die, so as to display their loyalty. Therefore, in the current battle, you had to be very accurate and fast. Otherwise, if you couldn't kill the dragon with a single blow, the dragon would immediately poison you with its poison once it reacted. Without the dragon magic Dan, the poison of the dragon demons were fatal, especially after being poisoned by the strong poison of the dragon demons. Chun Xiang was in a city around Flying Dragon Palace. Although there were many dragon demons here, they were still a lot fewer compared to humans. In this place, regardless of whether one was strong or weak, the demonic dragon was in existence similar to a great lord. No human would dare to offend the demonic dragon. Although they were ruled by the dragon demons, humans still lived a good life. Unless they were unlucky, accidentally provoking the dragon demons would make them miserable. Humans had been ruled for a long time. Due to the great disparity in strength, they had gradually lost their will to resist. In addition, their current situation wasn't that bad. In order to preserve their lives, no one would make enemies with the dragon demons. The strongest amongst humans was the Flying Dragon Palace leader, but the Flying Dragon Palace leader was defeated by the dragon demon. Ever since the Flying Dragon Palace leader was defeated, the human had not pulled himself together. But from time to time, there would be a small group of humans secretly fighting against the dragon demons, often assassinating some of the more evil dragon demons. What kind of existence is the dragon demon? People are not human, dragons are not dragons, and demons are not devils. This was Chun Xiang's conclusion to the dragon demons. The dragon demons all had the outer appearance of a human, had strong dragon power, and a certain level of demonic nature. There were indeed quite a few dragon demons committing evil. But Chun Xiang also discovered that some dragon demons, because they had interacted with humans over the years, had gradually absorbed their human nature. After all, they had lived together for almost 10,000 years. The Flying Dragon Experience Place is about to be opened. I heard that this was created by some dragon devil princess. Chun Xiang heard a voice as he walked past a street. C. 2888. C. 2888, the Flying Dragon Experience Place, had always been controlled by the dragon demons, and had never been open to the public. It was only open to those humans loyal to the dragon demons, or to the dragon demons. Dragon Devil Princess? Was she the daughter of the Dragon Lord? What exactly is she thinking, and why is she doing this? After an old man heard this, he became excited. If I can go to Flying Dragon Experience Place, maybe I can make a breakthrough and live a few more years. Chun Xiang anxiously asked Flying Dragon Palace leader about it. He also told him about the opening of the Flying Dragon Experience Place. Dragon Devil Princess? Back then, when I was fighting against the Dragon Lord, I didn't know that he had a daughter. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said it could have been born later on. However, this draconian ancestor himself was capable of producing a large number of draconic demons. Just how did he manage to produce this girl? And it's even some kind of princess. The very first dragon demon had a hideous face when it was born, but after that it turned into a humanoid shape. Even if it took the form of a dragon demon, it would at most maintain the appearance of a large portion of the human race. It was equivalent to becoming a human dragon. Chun Xiang could become like that in the past. His recognized sister, Lung Yulan, could also do it. This was the draconian. Mother asterisk her. Could it be that the demonic dragon has changed for the better? After all, so many years have passed, said. Flying Dragon Palace leader was also very suspicious about this. Forget it. This is a good thing after all. You must go inside Flying Dragon Experience Place to cultivate for a while. I know. I will go in and out and start cultivating the myriad Tao divine arts. Chun Xiang said, if I continue to live like this, I feel that I will clash with the dragon demons sooner or later. Even if I do not clash with the dragon demons, I will definitely not let you off, and I will not let you off. Right now, he was very weak compared to the natural law divine lord, so as long as he was strong, he would do anything. The Flying Dragon Experience Place was going to be opened soon, and this news quickly spread through the streets. Everyone on the first floor of the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, they knew about this, and now that there were transmission array, it was much more convenient for people to come and go. So the information circulated even faster. Although the Flying Dragon Experience Place S were open, there was still a limit to their ability to enter the Flying Dragon Experience Place S. First, they had to undergo an AS assessment, which meant that not everyone could enter. Although it sounded rather harsh, it was not difficult for those who wanted to enter the Flying Dragon Experience Place. Those who wanted to enter the Flying Dragon Experience Place were mostly people stuck in the late period of Taizun realm. Does the demonic dragon need Tao crystal? Chun Xiang suddenly felt that this was a possibility. The reason the Myriad Tao Mausoleum opened earlier was also because the divine Ghost Imperial country needed a large amount of Tao crystal. Flying Dragon Palace leader, would the dragon demons really need a large number of Tao crystal? Previously, it was the same for the divine Ghost Imperial country. Chun Xiang said, that's a possibility. Flying Dragon Palace leader thought for a moment. Other than Heavenly Alchemy Stonewall, there are other things that can make people stronger in Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Maybe they need Tao crystal to go there. As for the details, only those who are familiar with the Myriad Tao Mausoleum would know. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said. Chun Xiang headed to the Flying Dragon Palace to register and partake. 1. P. 8 in the A assessment. He felt that it would be very easy for him to pass S, even though he was only at the middle stage of the Taizun realm. He could still cultivate the golden body of the Myriad Tao without using the Heavenly Alchemy immortal power. Another examination. I've already partook. 1. P. Aided in this kind of examination who knows how many times. Qin Xiang had no choice but to partake. 1 P8 in the compet. 1 Tian. Now that he could safely enter the Flying Dragon Experience place, he did not plan to take any risks. After all, he was still too weak. If there was a large group of patriarchs guarding the Flying Dragon Experience place, it would be very dangerous for him to enter, and he would not be able to cultivate peacefully. I heard that the exam is very simple. As long as you pass the test, there's no need to fight. A person said, "It's true. I said it without a hitch as an elder. I heard that this time Dragon Devil Princess will also enter the Flying Dragon Experience place to cultivate with everyone. Dragon Devil Princess needs a group of powerful human experts to follow them. I wonder why. Their race has many powerful dragon demons, so why are they looking for humans? I heard that the current situation of the dragon demons is very chaotic. There are 2 others who have the same strength as Dragon Demon Lord, and a large number of dragon demons are controlled by the other 2 dragon demon great leaders. Although her father has some control over them, he is not trusted by her. This is not a good thing. If the dragon demons were to fight, we humans would be in an even worse situation. When that happens, we will definitely be forced to fight the dragon demons. The number of humans that will die will be the greatest." Although he was not sure whether it was true or not, he felt that it might happen. Qin Xiang immediately told Flying Dragon Palace leader about this. "How could this happen? Dragon Demon Sovereign, this fellow. Serves him right. Back then, if he had not destroyed me and allowed me to coexist with him, he would have had me as his helper at that time. Then I could have led the humans to fight against his powerful enemies." Flying Dragon Palace leader laughed coldly. "This matter should be true. If not, the rumors would not have spread out. These dragon demons are becoming more and more human, and they have also learnt the art of scheming and fighting human beings. Haha! The strongest power would usually not collapse because of external factors, and the majority would collapse because of internal strife. Qin Xiang had encountered many such things over the years. This kind of thing happened to the humans and beasts, but even now, this kind of mysterious dragon demon was still hard to escape from. Of course, this couldn't be considered a good thing. If there were internal conflicts within the dragon demons, humans would definitely be affected and many people would die. Qin Xiang queued for half a day before finally entering a large hall within the Flying Dragon Palace. Inside the Dan Hall, there was a spirit power testing bead, and as long as he placed his hand on it, the bead would emit a golden glow. Even if he said and paid the 10 billion Dao crystal, he would be able to obtain a sign and enter the Flying Dragon Experience place together with him. Finally, it was Qin Xiang's turn. He only used a little bit of Dao energy to make the pearl release a golden light, and previously many people used the power of their breast milk to release their Dao energy. It took a long time before the pearl lit up, which was also the reason why they had been queuing for so long. Seeing this, many people knew that Qin Xiang, this young one, was a guy that hid his strength well. After Qin Xiang said through, he paid the Dao crystal and obtained a plate. In front of the dragon demons, he dripped his blood and fused with the jade plate. They did not ask for Qin Xiang's name, but only told him to head to the Flying Dragon Experience place in 10 days, and where he would be waiting for the Flying Dragon Experience place to open up. After Qin Xiang obtained the tablet, he left the Flying Dragon Palace. He wanted to inform Lin Jitian and the great clan elder of this news. Even though they were still in closed-door training, he had left a note at the entrance of their stone room, which they could immediately see the moment he came out. C-2889. C-2889 Qin Xiang left the note to tell Lin Jitian and the great clan elder his whereabouts, and immediately headed out of Flying Dragon Experience place to wait for them to enter the Flying Dragon Experience place. Flying Dragon Experience place was a huge floating platform with a total of 10 Flying Dragon Experience places. The first floor was the stage, and the highest one was located below. Every Flying Dragon Experience place was 1,000,000 miles away from each other, and even if he were to ascend to the first Flying Dragon Experience place, he would only be barely able to ascend to the second Flying Dragon Experience Place. It was said that every Flying Dragon Experience Place was as big as a giant island, and there were extremely complicated environments on top of them. As long as one could cultivate for a period of time on top of them, they would be able to absorb a type of mysterious power and cultivate the Myriad Tao's golden body. Chun Xiang had already cultivated the Myriad Tao's golden body. He had only entered the Flying Dragon Experience Place to find out what the cultivation above the Flying Dragon Experience Place was like. The legend was rather hard, but most people could endure it. Chun Xiang felt that he should not have any problems. At this time, many people were waiting under the first Flying Dragon Experience Place. If one wanted to enter the Flying Dragon Experience Place, they had to use a huge transmission array beneath the Flying Dragon Experience Place. Although they could also fly into the air to get close to the Flying Dragon Experience Place, they could not do so because the Flying Dragon Experience Place was shrouded in a barrier. It was extremely difficult to do so because the Flying Dragon Experience Place was surrounded by a barrier. Chun Xiang had never tried it before. He had already paid the Tao Crystal, so he did not want to take the risk in public. If he was accidentally discovered by the powerful dragon demons that were guarding inside, it would be extremely dangerous. I don't know if the first Flying Dragon Experience Place is only open for you, but with your current strength, the first Flying Dragon Experience Place isn't enough to satisfy you. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said, "You must at least go to the third Flying Dragon Experience Place to have any results. When the time comes, I will know. If that is not possible, I will think of something." The reason Chun Xiang went to Flying Dragon Experience Place to cultivate was also to increase his strength. If the first Flying Dragon Experience Place was truly useless to him, he would definitely think of a way to continue his journey. The sky was still dark, and there were still 4 hours before dawn. But at this time, many people were extremely excited because after dawn, the Flying Dragon Experience Place would open, and at that time they would be able to step onto the Flying Dragon Experience Place. Although they could not guarantee that they would be able to cultivate the Myriad Tao's golden body, it was the only hope they had to break through. In the days that Chun Xiang was waiting, although there were only 2,000 people who were observing the place, these 2,000 over were all from the Taizun realm, and a few hundred of them were from the late period of Taizun realm. What Chun Xiang did not expect was that there were also some dragon demons here. Someone from the Zhao clan? They're also here to join in the fun? Suddenly, Chun Xiang heard someone discussing. The Zhao clan's few Taizun realm S were also here. It was only later that Chun Xiang found out that Zhao clan's people did not have to pay Tao Crystal S to enter, and that they had come to supervise a few people doing whatever they wanted on top of that. Daybreak. Chun Xiang was the same as many others. He was secretly excited in his heart. In the distant sky, a beautiful, snow-white dragon horse suddenly flew over. The dragon horse was very white and beautiful, but the person riding the dragon horse was wearing black tight clothes, which contrasted sharply with the snow-white dragon horse. What was even more obvious was that the person riding the dragon horse had a faint, demonic aura, which was also inconsistent with the pure aura of the dragon horse. The black, clothed person wore a conical hat, but from the figure it could be seen that it was a woman. Even though the aura on her body carried a faint, demonic aura, she was very powerful, at least from venerable ancestor realm. Dragon Devil Princess is here, someone said in a low voice. This was actually the Dragon Devil Princess. Chun Xiang was suddenly curious, the purpose of this Dragon Devil Princess opening the Flying Dragon Experience Place. Although there were a few guesses, but they were only guesses, no one was sure what she was planning to do. After the arrival of the Dragon Devil Princess, a few venerable ancestor realm dragon demons took out a few things. They were all used to activate the transmission array to teleport people to the Flying Dragon Experience Place. At this time, everyone had already walked into the transmission array. Dragon Devil Princess had already mounted on his white horse and flew directly to Flying Dragon Experience Place. Seeing that, Chun Xiang immediately asked the Flying Dragon Palace leader, "Why can she fly herself?" "I used to be able to do it too, but she was able to directly fly because she had the flying dragon bead in her hands. Flying Dragon Palace leader said, "As long as there is a flying dragon bead, we can enter that barrier at any time. I had several of these flying dragon bead, but after my body died, it would be gone too. Aren't you putting such an important thing in the divine sense sea world?" Qinxiang curled his lips. "Otherwise, I would have been able to directly kill them now." "Well, actually, it was me who used it during the battle. It had quite a bit of power. Otherwise, my soul would not have been able to escape," the Flying Dragon Palace leader said. "Every 1,000 years, Flying Dragon Experience Place will drop one of these flying dragon bead. If the Dragon Devil Princess has one, then it means that she is quite powerful." The transmission array had already been activated, and in the blink of an eye, Qinxiang and a group of people had already arrived at the first Flying Dragon Experience Place. This was a place filled with the fragrance of flowers. It was filled with a kind of extremely comfortable energy. When Qinxiang absorbed a little of this energy, he was immediately sure that this could allow people to cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body. Flying Dragon Experience Place's environment is pretty beau. I thought it was bad. Qinxiang looked around at the beautiful flowers and plants, and his mood inexplicably became good. This is only the location of the transmission array. Moreover, the myriad Tao's power is the thinnest here. If you really need to cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body, then you need to head to the place with the densest and most concentrated myriad Tao's power. That place is also the most dangerous place, the Flying Dragon Palace leader said. "How can I go to the second Flying Dragon Experience Place?" Qinxiang came to an old man and asked. This old man was a dragon demon from venerable ancestor realm. "If you want to go to the second Flying Dragon Experience Place, you need to rely on your own strength. As long as you find the flying dragon bead here, you can bring it up to the Flying Dragon Experience Place," the old man said. Finding the flying dragon bead was easier said than done. There might not even be one here. Qinxiang did not ask any further and left the transmission array, following the direction indicated by the Flying Dragon Palace leader. The Flying Dragon Palace leader was very familiar with this place, so it might be able to guide him to the flying dragon bead. Qinxiang left the transmission array not long after. If he wanted to leave the Flying Dragon Experience Place, he could have just gone to that transmission array. Under the guidance of the Flying Dragon Palace leader, Qinxiang arrived at a blazing mountain. This place was filled with flames, and the intense flames made even Qinxiang, who had cultivated the myriad Tao's golden body, feel very hot, let alone the others. "We might be able to find the flying dragon bead here. This is the place with the densest power in the myriad Tao," the Flying Dragon Palace leader replied. "I found 2 of them here before. The flying dragon bead that you need right now is the second Flying Dragon Experience Place that fell. This kind of flying dragon bead is more difficult to find. The location where it fell is not fixed, and it will even run around by itself. According to my many years of experience, the second Flying Dragon Experience Place's flying dragon bead would usually go to the place with the densest power in the myriad Tao. This kind of flying dragon bead is very spiritual, and if it has grown for a long time, it can still be cultivated to an adult." C. 2890. C. 2890 hearing that the flying dragon bead could transform into a human, Qinxiang was in disbelief. If she could become a human, then she would be very strong. "Have you seen it?" Qinxiang asked. "Is it very powerful?" "I heard that it's really powerful. I've never seen it before," the Flying Dragon Palace leader said. Although Qinxiang was unbearably hot in the sea of fire, he could still persevere with this kind of heat. He walked in the sea of flames for several days, yet he still could not find the flying dragon bead. This mountain range was extremely large. He didn't know how long he would have to fly into the air or use the Tao Heart Eye to search for it. He wanted to see if he could use the Tao Heart Eye to search for something. After he became invisible, he flew in the sky for 2 days, then suddenly used the Tao Heart Eye to search for a black that was moving. Found it. What is it? Chen Xiang looked down at the rapidly moving below him and was unable to determine what it was. Could it be the flying dragon bead? What color are a flying dragon bead normally? Black. Flying Dragon Palace leader said. Flying dragon bead can fly by itself. Its speed is still very fast. Then that's right. Maybe our object is the flying dragon bead. Chen Xiang immediately flew into the flying dragon experience place. He could not use the power of SPAC, otherwise he would have already flown up to the second flying dragon experience place. He dived into the sea of fire. Suddenly seeing a figure, he was extremely shocked and quickly said to Flying Dragon Palace leader, I know the flying dragon bead the flying dragon bead can indeed turn into a human. And very powerful. When Chen Xiang swooped down, he wanted to stop the flying black dot, but he discovered that it was a black shadow that was flying past. This caused him to jump in fright, and he immediately thought of the flying dragon bead that transformed into a human. Quickly chase. Flying Dragon Palace leader said, If the flying dragon bead turns into a human, it must be very powerful. You have to be careful. If possible, grab him. Chen Xiang immediately chased after him with his fastest speed for a good half a day before catching up. After nearing the black figure, Chen Xiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's actually Dragon Devil Princess. I never thought it would be this girl. I thought it was the flying dragon bead that turned into a human. What is she doing in here? Could he also be looking for a flying dragon bead? The black shadow that Chen Xiang had seen before was not a humanoid flying dragon bead, but a Dragon Devil Princess. Dragon Devil Princess was running wildly in this blazing mountain range, not knowing what he was doing. Maybe she is also looking for a flying dragon bead. Flying Dragon Experience Place is still very powerful if she wants to reach the upper level. She definitely needs Flying Dragon Bead. Looks like she does not have any Flying Dragon Bead from the upper level. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said. At this moment, Chen Xiang was closely following behind Dragon Devil Princess, using his Dao Heart eye to observe. He discovered that there was indeed a blurry black dot in front of him. Could it be that there really is a flying dragon bead flying? Dragon Devil Princess is chasing after us? Chen Xiang never thought that the flying dragon bead's speed would be so fast that not even the ancestors of the Dragon Devil Princess would be able to catch up. Right now, he could only barely keep up, and he had expended a lot of energy. Just like this, Chen Xiang chased for a few days straight before escaping from the blazing mountain range and arriving at the flat prairie. Chen Xiang could now clearly see the well-built figure of the Dragon Devil Princess chasing after a black pearl with extreme speed. Now, Chen Xiang was sure that Dragon Devil Princess had already found the flying dragon bead, and even caught it for a very long time, but he couldn't catch it. She must have already discovered you, but she can't be bothered with you. Otherwise, she would only let the flying dragon bead escape. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said, It's not easy to capture Flying Dragon Bead, but whether we can succeed is one thing. Back then, many people could encounter it, but very few could catch it in the end. Chen Xiang was also currently thinking of a way to capture the Flying Dragon Bead. He felt that if he ever encountered a Flying Dragon Bead, he had to release his divine web as soon as possible and capture the Flying Dragon Bead. Just as he was distracted, a delicate shout suddenly came. It's flying towards you! Did not expect the fellow who was flying in a straight line to suddenly come back with a big turn. Chen Xiang regained his senses and immediately took out the huge golden net that he used to capture the terrifying rat. The net covered an extremely wide area and instantly trapped the pearl inside. Once it was trapped, Chen Xiang quickly withdrew the net. As he retracted the net, he threw out the 6 realms mirrors, who instantly flew to the sky above the flying dragon bead and covered the struggling flying dragon bead and kept it inside. Dragon Devil Princess looked at the panting Chen Xiang and said with a frown, I never thought that you would actually catch the flying dragon bead. Who are you exactly? It seems like you know a lot about flying dragon bead. There are a lot of ways. Dragon Devil Princess had a ponytail, tan skin. Her face was originally that kind of sweet, but right now her face was stiff and cold. She had her hands folded across her chest, looking valiant and formidable, just like a female warrior. Chun Xiang was on his guard as he faced the dragon devil princess. He was a dragon demon, after all, and he had even caught a flying dragon bead. "What is it?" "Are you careful that I don't make a move against you?" Dragon devil princess snorted in disdain. "I am not the kind of person to imagine. You can consider yourself lucky that you have obtained the flying dragon bead." After he finished speaking, Dragon Devil Princess continued to rush towards the blazing mountain range. "Wait," Qin Xiang shouted, since he could capture flying dragon bead. This Dragon Devil Princess had helped him a lot. "What for?" Dragon Devil Princess turned around and asked. "Dragon Devil Princess, you want to go to the second flying dragon experience place, right?" Qin Xiang asked. "You are willing to give me the flying dragon bead?" Dragon Devil Princess looked at Qin Xiang. She suddenly felt that Qin Xiang was strange. She then stared at Qin Xiang's normal face and said, "This is not your original appearance, right?" Qin Xiang just nodded his head. "I can't give you the flying dragon bead, but we can go to the second flying dragon experience place together." "How?" Dragon Devil Princess asked. "You can enter my storage-type divine equipment, and then I'll bring you there. This is the best method for both of us." Qin Xiang smiled slightly. "If you are worried, you can just make a blood contract with me. I am a dragon demon from the venerable ancestor realm, not to mention ordinary storage divine tools. Even the powerful SPAC masters of our dragon clan are unable to contain me, let alone yours." The Dragon Devil Princess said, then turned and prepared to leave. "You haven't even tried it. How do you know? If storage of divine tools is truly not possible, then just enter my Divine Sense Sea." Said his Divine Sense Sea world was rather powerful. It should not be a problem for him to accommodate Ancestor. Furthermore, he had already trained in the golden body of the myriad Tao. C 2891. C 2891, although Dragon Devil Princess was stronger than Qin Xiang was not afraid of her at all. Dragon Devil Princess looked very serious and fierce, but it made people not afraid of her, as if she was born to be close to others. No matter how fierce she looked, it was not like she could not make people fear her. Qin Xiang guessed that Dragon Devil Princess's current performance was not her real self. She was probably just putting on an act. "How about this? You enter my storage divine tool. I promise I won't do anything to you," Dragon Devil Princess said. "Your strength is weaker than mine, so it's not a problem for me to store you in my spatial divine tool. It's not good for me to go to your Divine Sense Sea. If something happens, I'll kill you." However, Qin Xiang was not afraid. He felt that since the Dragon Devil Princess had entered his Divine Sense Sea, he had a way to suppress her. "Sure, we have to make a blood contract." Qin Xiang thought for a while, then said, "However, if the flying dragon bead is going to be mine, I will only temporarily give it to you to use." "All right." Dragon Devil Princess was also very straightforward and agreed immediately. Very quickly, Qin Xiang and the Dragon Devil Princess established a blood contract. The Dragon Devil Princess took out a small house and said, "This is a stable. My white dragon horse is inside. You can feel aggrieved." Qin Xiang nodded his head and then hurriedly wrapped himself with spatial energy. Just when he thought he was about to enter the stable, he heard the Dragon Devil Princess exclaim in surprise, "Strange, you are at least in the middle stage of the Taizun realm, so I should be able to catch you, but I didn't succeed." Dragon Devil Princess was puzzled. After all, Qin Xiang had cultivated the myriad Tao's golden body, and his body had been fused with the heavenly alchemy soul, so a normal storage divine tool would not be able to keep him. Dragon Devil Princess's sweet face was filled with suspicion. She stared at Qin Xiang and asked, "Who are you exactly? You are definitely not an ordinary guy. Are you hiding your true strength?" "I've already made a blood contract with you, so it doesn't matter who I am," Xiang laughed. Let's hurry up and go to the second flying dragon experience place. I'll take you there when you enter my divine sense sea world. Let's establish a blood contract. Dragon Devil Princess also did not ask further. Xiang was indeed very mysterious, which made her very curious. After Xiang and the Dragon Devil Princess had made a blood contract, he brought her to a quiet place in the Yao Mountain Villa and told her not to wander around. Xiang carried the flying dragon bead and followed the flying dragon palace leader's instructions, quickly flying towards the sky and heading towards the second flying dragon experience place. He flew for an entire day and finally arrived at the bottom of the huge platform. Then he used the flying dragon bead to touch the stone wall above and was sucked into the suction force. After being absorbed, he arrived at a forest with fallen leaves. The ground was full of fallen leaves, so he quickly released Dragon Devil Princess. There shouldn't be any flying dragon bead that could cause this. Xiang asked. Sure, I just need to use a bit of strength. Dragon Devil Princess stayed in Xiang's divine sense sea world for a day. He was extremely curious about Xiang's cultivation. Logically speaking, Xiang was only at the middle stage of the Taizun realm, so the divine sense sea world was unable to contain her, this ancestral dragon demon. However, it was possible for Xiang, and she stayed in Xiang's divine sense sea world in a stable and steady state. That's good. I feel that this place is not enough. I plan to go to the upper level. How about we go find the flying dragon bead together? With one more person and one more power, it would not be so easy for you to capture that flying dragon bead if the two of us did not join hands. Xiang said. He had already experienced the speed of the flying dragon bead and found it difficult to capture it alone. All right. Dragon Devil Princess didn't even think before she agreed. It could be seen that she also had the same plan. Xiang had known this Dragon Devil Princess for a few days. Although he did not understand her well enough, he felt that she was a kind-hearted and kind person. It was hard for him to understand why the dragon demon was so human. Of course, Flying Dragon Palace leader hated Dragon Devil Princess to death, because the princess father was the one who killed Flying Dragon Palace leader. When Flying Dragon Palace leader heard that Xiang was very close to the Dragon Devil Princess at the moment, he did not object. Instead, he allowed Xiang to get hold of the princess. Dragon Devil Princess, did you mean to say that Flying Dragon Experience Place is open to the public? Xiang asked. Many people had speculations about this matter, but could not confirm their suspicions. Bakuo, my father is currently one of the big shots of the dragon demons, and the dragon demons have 3 big heads. Every Dragon Lord's child has the right to use the Flying Dragon Experience Place once, and now that it's my turn to use it, I'll open it for everyone. Dragon Devil Princess nodded. After being in contact with Xiang for a period of time, she was no longer as cold as she was before. So it's like that. Dragon Devil Princess, you are so kind, different from the dragon demon that I imagined. Xiang laughed. The dragon demon in my memory is very ferocious. There are these kinds of dragon demons. None of them have completely evolved or haven't evolved enough. These dragon demons are about 20% like us, the Dragon Clan. Dragon Devil Princess continued. As our strength increases, we dragon demons will become more and more like humans. We used to laugh at the lack of unity in the human race, but now we too. Human nature is changeable, good and bad, not as bad as you think. Humans can stand forever, and love and hate are inevitable entanglement, which can form a colorful world. Xiang said with an open-minded smile. You seem rather open-minded. Dragon Devil Princess took out a map and looked at it intently. Xiang moved closer to take a look and asked, What map is this? Looking for Flying Dragon Bead S? My father gave it to me. Dragon Devil Princess pointed to the red areas on the map. These are all places where Flying Dragon Bead have appeared. It's quite far from here. Qinxiang said, "Let's hurry up." Dragon Devil Princess kept the map and said, "This time when I opened Flying Dragon Experience Place, I didn't know if it was a good thing or bad thing. In short, this is something I have been wanting to do for a long time, although my father did not oppose me, the other dragon demons did. No matter if it's a good thing or bad thing, you've already done it. It's too late to go back on your words now." Qinxiang laughed. "Let's hurry up and go. I'm in a hurry to go to the third Flying Dragon Experience Place." Dragon Devil Princess let out a light sigh, and then with agile footsteps he flew to the front in the blink of an eye, while Qinxiang immediately gave chase. They had flown for 2 days and arrived in a world of ice and snow. There was currently a snowstorm, and even though the Dragon Devil Princess was a revered ancestor, the snowstorm was extremely violent and difficult to walk on. Qinxiang took out the 6 Realms mirrors, but it was to no avail. The environment of the Flying Dragon Experience Place was really bad. They could only wait until the blizzard stopped before starting to search for the Flying Dragon Bead. A few days said, and once the snowstorm stopped, Qinxiang and Dragon Devil Princess would be searching for Flying Dragon Bead in this world of ice and snow. After they walked for a while, they suddenly heard someone shout, "The Flying Dragon Bead is hidden inside this ice mountain. Take a good look." After Qinxiang and the Dragon Devil Princess looked at each other, they withdrew their auras with great tacit understanding and then quietly walked over. It was clear that the 2 elders and the dozen or so middle-aged men were discussing how to get the Flying Dragon Bead out of the ice mountain. "It's the people from the Zhao clan." The Dragon Devil Princess sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. "They are the strongest out of the human race today. Those 2 elders are all revered ancestors, so it would be difficult for me to go against them." "Didn't they join your dragon clan? Are you going to make a move against them?" Qinxiang asked. "They have pledged their allegiance to the enemy camp of my father. If I have the chance to make a move against them, of course I won't miss it. It's just that right now it's very difficult." The Dragon Devil Princess said, "See 2892. See 2892." Qinxiang looked at Zhao clan's group carefully, since he could not handle the 2 venerable ancestor realms. The rest were not a problem. The Dragon Devil Princess herself definitely belonged to the venerable ancestor realm. It was indeed difficult for her to deal with the 2 ancestors. How did they come to the second Flying Dragon Experience Place? Qinxiang asked. "There are more than 10 of them. Could they have come here like us?" "It should be. He definitely has a Flying Dragon Bead. Otherwise, he would not be able to come here." Dragon Devil Princess said, "Let's wait for the chance. We cannot defeat them, but we must definitely the Flying Dragon Bead from their hands." Dragon Devil Princess looked at Qinxiang and warned him, "Wait a minute. Don't make a move recklessly. They have 2 ancestors on their side, and their strength is equal to mine." "I know." Qinxiang felt that it wouldn't be a problem to deal with the middle-aged men with Taizun Realm. If it was before, he might not be confident, but after obtaining the Rat Emperor beads, he could control thousands of strong rats. For a person from the Zhao clan to possess a Flying Dragon Bead, they should be valued very highly. Qinxiang had previously suspected that the Flying Dragon Bead was accidentally obtained by the people from the Zhao clan and was not given to him by the Dragon clan leader. But then, an old man took out a round disc. Dragon Devil Princess was obviously very excited as he sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. "This is the item to capture the Flying Dragon Bead." "From the demonic dragon Violet Emperor? How can he have this kind of thing? Do you dragon demons have that much understanding of Flying Dragon Bead? It can actually refine this kind of thing." Qinxiang was very suspicious. "Dragon Demon Sovereign is my father. Dragon Demon Violet Emperor is one of the reinforcements of the Zhao clan, and the other one is the Blood Dragon Demon. These 3 strongest dragon demons are all of similar strength. But my father is slightly more powerful than them, mainly because my father has a powerful weapon in his possession." Just as the Dragon Devil Princess was speaking, the round disc in the old man's hand suddenly lit up, and a black bead suddenly flew out. It was the flying dragon bead. Chun Xiang could not use the power of SPAC here. If not, he would definitely use the spatial energy to retrieve the flying dragon bead. Seeing that the flying dragon bead was about to land on the round disc, the Dragon Devil Princess was clearly very anxious. He wanted to take action, but he had concerns. Just as the flying dragon bead was about to land, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. It was a huge rat that swallowed the flying dragon bead in one gulp. Following that, Chun Xiang released a few dozen terrifying rats that bit at the 10-plus middle-aged men from the Taizun realm. In an instant, these rats bit into their flesh and entered into their bodies. Your two ancestors had just reacted when those 10 middle-aged men were eaten up by those rats. What is this? The old man shouted in anger and immediately started his attack. However, these rats ran very fast and immediately drilled into the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The rats were all let out by Chun Xiang, but he never thought that these mice were actually so strong. He remembered that when he caught these mice before, they were not that powerful. Dragon Devil Princess was even more shocked to the point that her charming little mouth gaped open. She was also completely dumbstruck by the scene from a moment ago. She, as a member of the dragon clan, had man-eating dragon demons, but they were not as terrifying. Previously, Chun Xiang had heard from others that this kind of rat could quickly eat one Taizun realm, let alone several of them eating the same person at the same time. Such a powerful mouse. Let's call it heaven-devouring rat. Chun Xiang secretly gave this rat a name. Chun Xiang and Dragon Devil Princess did not dare make a sound because the two ancestors were looking for the rat that had just disappeared. Can you deal with these two guys together? Chun Xiang said to the Dragon Devil Princess through sound transmission. Now is the best chance to get rid of them. I can at most tie with them. Dragon Devil Princess shook his head. Even though their Zhao clan has claimed to have already destroyed the Dragon Magic Dan, I can't be sure if they have it or not. If they did not have Dragon Magic Dan S, they would not be my match at all. Only now did Chun Xiang remember that this Dragon Devil Princess could use very powerful dragon magic poison. Luckily, he already had the Dragon Magic Dan he refined. So it's like that. Chun Xiang frowned as he thought of something. Get me some dragon magic poison. I want a small bottle. What are you doing here? Asked. Dragon magic poison. Normally, do not give it to others easily, and to a human at that. If they have Dragon Magic Dan, they can resist your Dragon Magic poison. But if your Dragon Magic poison is to be added with other poisons and change the characteristics of the Dragon Magic poison, it will be impossible for the Dragon Magic Dan to defend. Chun Xiang said, Next, you have to keep an eye on them. Wait for me to finish concocting the poison, then make a move on them. Chun Xiang still hadn't told Dragon Devil Princess that he had released those heaven-devouring rat, and he was hesitating on whether he should tell her or not. You really can? This was the first time Dragon Devil Princess heard such a thing. She felt it was very magical, but she also had a suspicious attitude towards it. You already know what kind of sh*t it is. Chun Xiang said, I will enter your divine sense sea world to refine it. You just need to follow the two of them. The two great patriarchs did not separate. They had the feeling that there were people nearby, and they were worried that if they split up, they would be killed one by one. After all, they had advanced quite a bit. In the end, the Dragon Devil Princess still gave Chun Xiang a small bottle of dragon magic poison and let Chun Xiang enter her divine sense sea world. Chun Xiang originally thought that he could find out how the divine sense sea world-s of the Dragon Devil Princess were like, but he didn't think that he would be brought to a wooden house so easily. Chun Xiang had a lot of different poisons in his hands. Back then, he had also learned a lot of refining methods from Du Shaoling, and also LV Qinlian and Bai Ziqian were his women. Even if he was not very good at it, He was confident that he could change the characteristics of the dragon magic poison, making it impossible for it to guard against him. Very quickly, Chen Xiang picked a few poisons that were similar to dragon magic poison S from the various poisons, and mixed them with the dragon magic poison S to refine. He only used half an hour's time to refine a completely new poison, which maintained the characteristics of the dragon magic poison. At the same time, he also changed some aspects of the dragon magic poison so that the dragon magic Dan had no effect on it. Chen Xiang himself also knew how to refine dragon magic Dan, so he knew this the best. "Princess, I'm done." After Chen Xiang finished refining, he placed the small bottle of venom on the table and said, "When you use it, if you are also poisoned, you only need to use the dragon magic poison in your body to cure the poison." Dragon Devil Princess didn't dare be sure if this poison was really effective right now, as even she could be poisoned. You can see just by looking. If you don't succeed, you can just run away. At this time, Chen Xiang was still in her divine sense sea world, and the moment he finished speaking, he was released by her. C. 2893. C. 2893 Chen Xiang had even planned to stay in her divine sense sea world for a little longer. "Is that really useful?" Dragon Devil Princess asked. "Why does it look no different from my dragon magic poison?" "You should know just by looking." Chen Xiang felt that it wasn't too difficult to change this poison slightly, especially the dragon magic poison S. Dragon Devil Princess ate a small drop and immediately felt drowsy. After that, she hurriedly urged the dragon magic poison in her body to resist the poison that invaded her body, waking her up. "I'm not lying to you, right?" Chen Xiang chuckled. Dragon Devil Princess looked at Chen Xiang in astonishment. She had already tested the poison just now and was sure that it could be used. "All right, I will go and fight them now. In battle, I will secretly release this poison." The Dragon Devil Princess said. The two reverends were resting right now. During this period of time, they had been searching for the mysterious mouse. They had heard that there was this mouse inside a barrier, but they didn't expect it to be here as well. It was daytime now, but the two ancestors were still on guard. They would occasionally fly into the sky and use their divine senses to scan the area. Just as they were searching, the Dragon Devil Princess suddenly flew into the air. Dragon Devil Princess had changed into a set of gold-colored armor just now to cover her S, EXY, and S, EXY figure as well as a helmet. Right now, she was not sure if she would win or lose. If she were to lose, she could still run and her ident. 1. Tai would not be discovered. Chen Xiang was watching the battle from afar. He knew that Dragon Devil Princess's attack speed was extremely fast and almost killed the old man with a single sword strike. But just as she was about to succeed, the other old man quickly shot out a ball of red light from the ground. If she did not dodge, she would have been severely injured. "Who are you?" an old man asked, but Dragon Devil Princess did not reply her. She only brandished her sword and continued to attack. In the blink of an eye, a few of the mountains around her were destroyed by her sword force. Isn't this the D-murdering sword techniques? So awesome, she actually learned it. Chen Xiang never thought that the goblin would actually be able to learn the 4 great divine arts. Very quickly, the old man on the ground also flew up, and the two attacked Dragon Devil Princess together. These two old fellows are very strong. Chen Xiang could immediately tell that Dragon Devil Princess was no match for him. Just then, the Dragon Devil Princess released the dragon magic poison. When the two ancestors sensed the dragon magic poison, they were immediately shocked. "Dragon magic poison, you're a dragon demon?" One of the elders sneered. It was obvious that he had been prepared for this. "You must be Dragon Devil Princess. Haha. Your father is going to be finished. Do you think that by killing us, your father will be safe and sound?" Another old man started to talk. "We all have dragon magic, Dan. You can't really be naive enough to think that we destroyed all of their medicine ingredients, right? Furthermore, the dragon demon Violet Emperor has allowed us 2 dragon magic Dan to defend ourselves." The old man sneered. At this time, Dragon Devil Princess did not fight anymore. If she continued, she would only be injured and quickly escaped. The 2 elders didn't let her go and followed closely behind her. However, just as they wanted to chase him, a wave of sleepiness suddenly came over, making them immediately become listless and extremely tired. The sleepiness rising up made them want to have a good night's sleep. What was going on? The dragon magic Dan is no longer working? An old man cried out in surprise. Then he let out a loud roar. His body suddenly shook and a black mist surged out. The other old man did the same, and their bodies spewed out a black mist. These 2 old fellows actually forced more than half of the blood out of their bodies in order to alleviate the poison that invaded their bodies. Chen Xiang did not expect them to be so experienced in dealing with this poison. Just then, that poison was effective, and she had just started rejoicing in her heart. But then they eased the situation. Although her strength was greatly reduced, she was still not a match for them. "Humph, little witch, you're dead meat." They knew that since the Dragon Devil Princess could use this kind of dragon magic poison, they wanted to get rid of him even more. At this time, they had already used all their strength to chase after the Dragon Devil Princess, one in front and one behind. "Get off the ground, don't be in the air." Chen Xiang anxiously transmitted to Dragon Devil Princess. This way, the Dragon Devil Princess would definitely be killed. This was one of Qin Xiang's strong teammates. He could not watch helplessly as his teammates died. He just did not expect that the strength of these 2 old fellows was actually so terrifying. Even after sacrificing half of their blood to expel the poison, they were still so powerful. The Dragon Devil Princess could only follow Chen Xiang's instructions and hurried to the ground. The ground was just a piece of barren land. She didn't know what Chen Xiang wanted with her. "I'll try my best to delay the 2 of them, divert their attention, and leave the rest to me." At this time, Chen Xiang had already hidden himself and sent a sound transmission to the Dragon Devil Princess. After the Dragon Devil Princess heard Chen Xiang's sound transmission, he immediately took off his helmet and looked at the 2 old men who were about to attack. When the 2 old men heard this, they immediately stopped their attacks. That kind of dragon magic poison was truly terrifying to them. They immediately thought that this could be caused by the Dragon Devil Princess's father. If her father had that poison, then it would be a huge threat to them. If they could get some useful information from the Dragon Devil Princess, they might be able to find a way to dispel this poison. To tell you the truth, even the dragon demon couldn't resist the kind of dragon magic poison my father created. Dragon Devil Princess laughed coldly. "You think that the dragon demon Violet Emperor will be the big winner. Then you are completely wrong. Even though my father looks weak at the moment, he is still the dragon demon lord. You were the one who tried to kill us first. Now we have to capture you." The 2 elders had already decided to capture Dragon Devil Princess and use some other method to create the origin of the dragon magic poison. Just as they were about to attack, a black shadow suddenly appeared like a violent storm and shrouded the 2 elders in the blink of an eye. The Dragon Devil Princess immediately took a deep breath. There were actually over 1,000 of those mice that suddenly appeared. She immediately thought, there was a high possibility that these mice were released by Qin Xiang. "What are you doing? Hurry up and let those dragon magic poison out." Qin Xiang urged Dragon Devil Princess through sound transmission. Dragon Devil Princess immediately scattered all of the dragon magic poison Qin Xiang had refined before. At this moment, the bodies of the 2 old men were riddled with thousands of wounds caused by the rats. See 2894. See 2890 for your ancestor. After all, is your ancestor. Thousands of heaven-devouring rat are unable to instantly eat them, and only bite over a few wounds on their body. The 2 ancestors shouted, and their bodies released a strong flame. A terrifying power quickly spread out, shaking the rats away. However, Dragon Devil Princess had already released a large number of dragon magic poison. When the dragon magic poison seeped into their bodies, it immediately caused them to feel the poison, causing their spirits to become sluggish. The Dragon Devil Princess knew that the rats would immediately burrow into the ground after being struck, and they would also be able to attack them with ease, instantly releasing thousands of sword strikes, turning the two old men's bodies into countless pieces. Although Dragon Devil Princess had successfully killed them, they did not have the time to react. What happened just now was still vivid in their minds, especially those terrifying rats. Chun Xiang walked over while giggling, and she was finally able to heave a sigh of relief. "Those rats are yours." She was a little unhappy because Chun Xiang had already let out a rat to Nath the flying dragon beat away, but he did not tell her. "Sorry, that is my secret. I was still considering whether I should tell you or not." Chun Xiang laughed as he released his flames to burn down everything on the ground. Right now, Dragon Devil Princess was very cautious towards Chun Xiang, because the rats that Chun Xiang released were too terrifying. She thought about how if she were to be continuously bitten by thousands of these rats, she would have a chill down her spine. "Don't be afraid of me. If I wanted to deal with you, I would have already done it." Chun Xiang laughed. Thinking back to what happened before, the Dragon Devil Princess blamed herself for being too negligent, especially when Chun Xiang told her to try out the dragon magic poison. It would be the most dangerous of them all. If Chun Xiang didn't tell her how to interpret it, she would be at Chun Xiang's mercy. Right now, she also knew that if Chun Xiang wanted to make a move against her, there were indeed many opportunities. So she could see that Chun Xiang did not have any ill intentions towards her. We have the third Flying Dragon Experience Place's Flying Dragon Bead in our hands. We can kill it now. Chun Xiang took out the Flying Dragon Bead and threw it in his hands. "And let's go." Dragon Devil Princess really wanted to know Chun Xiang's origin, but she knew that no matter how she asked Chun Xiang, he would not tell her. Dragon Devil Princess once again entered Chun Xiang's divine sense sea world and was brought by Chun Xiang to the third Flying Dragon Experience Place. Before, Flying Dragon Palace leader had already said that as long as he could get to the third Flying Dragon Experience Place, he would have some sort of effect on Chun Xiang. Now that he had arrived, he could feel that the third Flying Dragon Experience Place was indeed different. When he arrived, he felt that it was extremely difficult for him to lift his hand. It was as if his arm had been entangled by a force, making it very difficult for him to lift it. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to walk or stand. This would be of great help to his body's cultivation. Although Chun Xiang had cultivated the Myriad Tao's golden body, his Myriad Tao's golden body was still very young, and he needed to go through this training to become more mature and stable. Chun Xiang called Dragon Devil Princess out. After Dragon Devil Princess came out, his footsteps were actually much faster than his. "You aren't very strong, but you have so many methods." As sat on the ground, he knew that Chun Xiang could not withstand the pressure and could only sit. "I will soon be able to walk freely here, just like you." Chun Xiang curled his lips and then forced himself to stand up. Seeing this, Dragon Devil Princess could not help but laugh lightly. He went in front of Chun Xiang and pushed him down to the ground. "Ah, what are you doing?" Chun Xiang could not help but shout out. When he fell, he was suppressed by a powerful force, but as if he had fallen from the sky. His entire body was in extreme pain. Right now, it was very difficult for him to get up. Not to mention the pain in his body, the worst thing was that the invisible pressure was very unstable. The pressure in every part of his body was different, and it was constantly changing. For example, the force pressing down on his thigh was very strong, while the force pressing down on his back was a bit weaker. But after a few moments, the force pressing down on his back suddenly increased, making him want to get up, but was suddenly pressed down by the pressure. It was as difficult for Chun Xiang, who was lying on the ground, to stand up as it was for a tortoise to roll over on its own. Dragon Devil Princess was, after all, her ancestor. She was stronger than Qin Xiang in every aspect, so her resistance to the pressure here could still be considered strong. Qin Xiang struggled on the ground like a turtle and couldn't help but laugh. Qin Xiang said snappily, "Hurry and get me up." "Just who are you? Tell me, and I'll help you up. Otherwise, I won't let you get up." Dragon Devil Princess sat on Qin Xiang's back, using the tips of his hair to play with Qin Xiang's ears as he smiled mischievously. "D.A.M. Ned Witch." Qin Xiang could not help but scold. Previously, Dragon Devil Princess's face was ice-cold and serious, but now she suddenly turned into a mischievous girl, sensing her extremely flexible and big bottom. Qin Xiang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration in his heart, and then laughed wickedly. "Lady Princess, your T really has a fleshy feeling. I really like it." You are a hooligan." When the Dragon Devil Princess heard it, she blushed and suddenly stood up. "To be honest, I haven't played rogue in a long time. Don't give me a chance or else." "Ha." Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. He was finally able to stand up, but Dragon Devil Princess walked over and slapped him with a palm, allowing him to lie on the ground once again. "Humph." Dragon Devil Princess squatted beside Qin Xiang and said, "Who exactly are you?" "Someone like you cannot be a body." "I'm telling you, you don't know who I am, but when the time comes, you will say that I lied to you." Qin Xiang said. He felt that 10,000 years had said, and many people had already forgotten about him. "Tell me about it first." The Dragon Devil Princess said, "All right, my name is Qin Xiang. I was originally a disciple of the Yuan SHI plus Tao school." Just as Qin Xiang said this, he saw that Dragon Devil Princess's face was filled with shock. "Are you really Qin Xiang?" Dragon Devil Princess asked anxiously. "You know me?" Qin Xiang immediately revealed his true appearance and sighed. "It's already been many years, and there's still someone who remembers me. Not a human, but a dragon demon that remembers me." "You are too modest. Many people remember you now, especially those Dragon Clan leaders. They are always worried about your return from the heavenly alchemy stonewall in Myriad Tau Mausoleum. I didn't expect you to really come back now. Although you aren't strong enough, your ability is indeed not small." Dragon Devil Princess helped Qin Xiang up and then asked, "What did you find inside the heavenly alchemy stonewall? You have been missing for 10,000 years. I've only been in the heavenly alchemy stonewall for about a year, but 10,000 years have set outside, and I haven't found anything inside." Qin Xiang sighed. "I managed to cultivate the Myriad Tao's golden body inside." See 2895. Qin Xiang's biggest gain from this was the Myriad Tao Divine Arts. Even though he had not cultivated it yet, he knew how powerful the Myriad Tao Divine Arts were. Inside the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, many rankers wanted to get their hands on the Myriad Tao Divine Arts, and only by cultivating the Myriad Tao Divine Arts would they be able to obtain more powerful power and escape from the heaven prison that had trapped them for many years. Is he really only capable of producing the Myriad Tao's golden body? Don't lie to me. Although I have never tried, I know it's not that simple. Dragon Devil Princess's face was filled with suspicion. "I'm not lying to you." Qin Xiang spread out his hands. Although the Dragon Devil Princess gave him a bad feeling, he did not dare take the risk and tell him about the Myriad Tao technique, which was an important matter. "I don't believe it," Dragon Devil Princess snorted. "Okay, I also got a bead inside. Because of that bead, I can control a bunch of powerful rats." Qin Xiang took out the Rat Emperor beads and summoned a few of them. What surprised him was that these heaven-devouring rat could actually maintain a very fast speed in the third flying dragon experience place. It was extremely difficult for Qin Xiang to even walk if he wanted to, but under his command, these heaven-devouring rat were still as fast as lightning. Even the Dragon Devil Princess was stunned. Although she moved quite freely, her speed was still affected. These rats are terrible. The Dragon Devil Princess did not seem to know about the things inside the barrier, so she secretly believed that Chan Xiang had obtained these mice from the heavenly alchemy stone wall. Apart from these benefits, is there anything else? I keep having the feeling that the inside of the heavenly alchemy stone wall is not that simple, the Dragon Devil Princess said. Also, furthermore, my heavenly alchemy has improved a lot. You know that I am an alchemist, and my alchemy skills are even better now. Chen Xiang laughed. The best thing is that I can learn to refine a type of pill that can help people cultivate the golden body of the myriad Tao. It's just that it will take some time to refine. How powerful is that? Although the Dragon Devil Princess was a dragon demon, she still trained in the myriad Tao's golden body, so of course she knew that it was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was easier for them to cultivate in the myriad Tao's golden body than it was for humans, but she felt that it was very difficult. At the very least, they, the dragon demons, would not need to rely on the flying dragon experience place to cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body, but it would be a little difficult, and once they enter the flying dragon experience place, their cultivation of the myriad Tao's golden body would be even faster. Is this true? Dragon Devil Princess was in a state of disbelief. If Chen Xiang could get this kind of medicinal formula and method of refining from the heavenly alchemy stonewall, then that would truly be a great harvest. Of course it's true. Not only will it allow you to cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body, it will also allow you to strengthen the myriad Tao's golden body, allowing your body to grow stronger non-stop. Chun Xiang laughed. He had only just started cultivating the myriad Tao's golden body, and he would need to continue to strengthen the golden body. Only then would his body be able to withstand the attacks and be able to contain even more power. The reason Dragon Devil Princess entered the Flying Dragon Experience place to cultivate was also to strengthen the golden body of the myriad Tao. I don't believe you. Give me one to have a taste. Dragon Devil Princess pouted and said, 10 billion Tao crystal pills. Chun Xiang took out the Jinzuandan and laughed. This is a kind price for you. If you want to sell it, it would at least cost me tens of billions. He cultivated the myriad Tao's golden body just by eating one pill. Dragon Devil Princess wanted to S and A to Z, H it away, but Chun Xiang did not give it to her. Of course not. I have to eat 20 pills. Chun Xiang said this was a Jinzuandan that he refined using the crash method. The quality was high. Wouldn't it need hundreds of billions or even trillions to cultivate the golden body of the myriad Tao? As the Dragon Devil Princess spoke, she took out the 10 billion Tao crystal S. She wanted to see the effects of this pill, Chun Xiang. But it's worth it. Even if we enter the Flying Dragon Experience place, there is no guarantee that we will be able to cultivate the golden body of the myriad Tao. Chun Xiang received the 10 billion Tao crystal. Pa-S, said the pellet over and said, This is called a Jinzuandan. Look at it. Even though there is only one pellet, you can definitely feel its obvious effects. After Dragon Devil Princess ate it, she closed her eyes and concentrated on refining it. In just a moment, she felt a strong medicinal effect, which made her very surprised. She never thought that there would actually be such a pill. Chun Xiang would never tell her that these pills were made for mice. What made the Dragon Devil Princess most curious was that this pill could still be refined by itself. She did not need to worry about it too much. She could still quickly refine it and fuse it into her body, strengthening the myriad Tao's golden body. This 10 billion definitely isn't in vain. Chun Xiang asked with a smile. Her beautiful face was filled with astonishment. How much do you have left? Dragon Devil Princess asked. There's nothing else, just that pill just now. Chun Xiang truly only had one pill left, and this was all refined in the myriad Tao mausoleum. When Dragon Devil Princess opened her Flying Dragon Experience place this time, she also received a lot of Tao crystal. So she definitely did not lack Tao crystal. Dragon Devil Princess, do you guys really need Tao Crystal S? Chen Xiang suddenly asked. Previously, the divine ghost imperial country was also lacking Tao Crystal. Why is it so? Your father is the leader of the dragon demons. He definitely knows something. Chen Xiang had ACCU, Mulat a lot of Tao Crystal, so he wanted to know the most important use of Tao Crystal. I don't know either. My father didn't tell me. But he did divulge to me that the Tao Crystal he had AMA S said over the years was about to be used in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Once he enters the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, he won't be able to come out again. As for how he is going to use it, I don't know. The Dragon Devil Princess said, in short, it's of great use. Otherwise, he and the Ghost Emperor would not have Isu. Mulat, so many Tao Crystal. Qin Xiang only had 2 to 3 trillion Tao Crystal right now. So the Dragon Demon Sovereign and the Ghost Emperor must have ACCU, Mulat a lot of Tao Crystal over the years. And what about yourself? Is there even a little bit of it? Qin Xiang asked. I do have a lot on me. This time when I open the Flying Dragon Experience place, all the Tao Crystal that I have obtained will belong to me. I don't know whether or not I'll be able to come out after I enter the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Dragon Devil Princess replied, even though I'm a dragon demon, I haven't done anything bad. Qin Xiang smiled and said, I already know when I see you. If you can't come out, I will bring you out. I think there shouldn't be any problems with that. All right, the next time Myriad Tao Mausoleum opens, I will bring you there. Dragon Devil Princess said, all right, I am going to start my cultivation now. Let's part here. Flying Dragon Experience Place will only be open for 10 years. I hope that the next time I see you, you will become stronger. 10 years of time was extremely short for people of the Taizun realm, but as long as it was not too bad, they could all cultivate the Myriad Tao's golden body here. Qin Xiang did not know how much he could improve in 10 years. The Dragon Devil Princess left very quickly. So Qin Xiang didn't know what kind of cultivation she was going to do, but at this moment he was still walking slowly in the direction the Flying Dragon Palace leader pointed in. C 2896. C 2896, the Flying Dragon Palace leader, was extremely familiar with the place, and the place he was guiding Qin Xiang to was also beneficial to him. So Qin Xiang did not doubt him at all. Palace Lord Old Man, do you think that Dragon Devil Princess really came here to cultivate? I keep having the feeling that she should go to the 4th Flying Dragon Experience place. When Dragon Devil Princess left just now, her footsteps were so fast that it felt like flying. Qin Xiang was very surprised to see that the 3rd Flying Dragon Experience place was not suitable for her. I have stayed in the 3rd Flying Dragon Experience place for a very long time. There shouldn't be any secrets. What is her purpose in coming here? When Flying Dragon Palace leader heard Qin Xiang's description, he was also very confused about Dragon Devil Princess's purpose in coming here. Qin Xiang was also unable to follow Dragon Devil Princess because his current speed was too slow. He was only running a little faster than normal people. But Dragon Devil Princess was as fast as wind and lightning. He was completely unable to catch up, and here he had restricted his spatial energy. Even so, Chen Xiang still had a way to follow them. Long ago, he had already sent out a few rats to secretly watch Dragon Devil Princess. Not only were heaven-devouring rat fast, they had strong attack, and their tracking abilities were also top-notch. At this moment, they were digging more and more holes underground, and at the same time, they could feel the aura of the Dragon Devil Princess. That's the only way. Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors. Normally, if he used the power of the law of flight, the 6 realms mirrors would easily be able to fly. But now he didn't know why, but his own power of the law of flight was too weak. Even if he could make the 6 realms mirrors fly, it couldn't fly too high. Its speed was extremely slow, and it had to consume its strength very quickly. Right now, Chen Xiang did not take out 6 realms mirrors S to fly, but to let those heaven-devouring rat S sprint around below them instead. This way, his speed would be extremely fast. Right now, he only needed to activate the Six Realms Mirror's array to withstand the pressure as he moved forward at a high speed. These rats are so precious, so versatile, could not help but laugh. Heaven-devouring rat could refine Jinzuandan, could track and sneak attack, and now could even carry him to fly. He could not help but exclaim at the strength of heaven-devouring rat. Chunxiang did not dare to let the heaven-devouring rat get too close to the Dragon Devil Princess, so he could only allow the mouse to follow him on the ground. This girl must be hiding something from me. I have to go and take a look. Chunxiang was also an extremely curious person. A few days passed, and Chunxiang complained, "This flying dragon experience place is really big. Even after running for so long, I still can't see the edge." There is SPAC in Flying Dragon Experience Place. It was very large to begin with, but that brat still hasn't stopped. The Flying Dragon Palace leader said, "Not yet." At the same time, Chunxiang told Flying Dragon Palace leader the surrounding terrain. Flying Dragon Palace leader had been here for a long time and was very familiar with this place. He also wanted to know where Dragon Devil Princess had been before. Chunxiang had been informing Flying Dragon Palace leader about the situation around him these past few days, but he could not say anything either. Strange, these places are all very ordinary places. At this time, Flying Dragon Palace leader was also very curious. He really wanted to know the purpose of Dragon Devil Princess's visit. Chunxiang could only continue his chase. Only then would he know the mysterious purpose of Dragon Devil Princess's visit. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Dragon Devil Princess finally stopped, and it was at the front of a large mountain. Although the mountain was very big, there were many of these mountains here. It was very common. Dragon Devil Princess stood in front of that huge mountain. No one knew what she was doing, but the heaven-devouring rat Chunxiang had sent out could only watch her from afar. Planned to let the mouse dig into the mountain and have a look, but who knew that mouse would suddenly lose contact with him? This usually happened because the heaven-devouring rat died. This meant that the heaven-devouring rat had lost contact with him. Chunxiang was extremely clear about how powerful the heaven-devouring rat was, but it had actually died in an instant. There's something strange about that mountain. Chunxiang immediately told Flying Dragon Palace leader about his discovery. Flying Dragon Palace leader carefully recalled the terrain around him, but he did not know if there was anything special about this place. "I feel like that mountain is protected by a powerful enchantment. When my mouse touched that enchantment, he instantly died." The other rats that Chunxiang had sent out had already arrived at the underground cave. When they saw the dead body of the rat, they turned to dust. Could someone have done something to the third Flying Dragon Experience place after I was defeated? Flying Dragon Palace leader could only reach this conclusion. It's possible. Has not made any moves yet. Chunxiang said she must know the situation here. Dragon Devil Princess stood there for an entire day and night before he made a move. At this time, Chunxiang had also arrived at a forest far away from the big mountain. He was standing on a big tree and was looking at the Dragon Devil Princess. Dragon Devil Princess waited for a day before a black screen of light suddenly appeared on one of the walls of the huge mountain. Dragon Devil Princess immediately walked in, and the screen of light disappeared. There really is something hidden here. What is it? Chunxiang immediately told Flying Dragon Palace leader what he saw just now. Flying Dragon Palace leader was also attracted by this matter. He was the most familiar with Flying Dragon Experience Place, but he did not know what was hidden here. This must have something to do with the dragon demon. Flying Dragon Palace leader replied, "These dragon demons existed a long time ago. The main reason why we built the Flying Dragon Experience Place was to suppress these dragon demons. Could it be that there are dragon demons on top of the Flying Dragon Experience Place?" Chunxiang used an invisibility spell and approached it bit by bit. Currently, he was very busy with his walking speed. so he did not reveal any kind of aura. Let's see if we can go in and investigate. Chen Xiang took half a day to get to the front of the huge mountain. At this moment, he could sense that there was a powerful barrier in front of him. Previously, one of his heaven-devouring rat would turn to dust the moment it touched the barrier, but he didn't dare to mess around now as he was worried that he would turn to dust. Is there any way to get in? At this time, he knew that Chen Xiang was facing a difficult problem. I don't know. Chen Xiang pulled down a strand of hair to try it out and saw that it was not lost at all. He was so shocked that he quickly retracted his hand. This made him even more afraid of making a ruckus. He could only walk around this big mountain and see if there was any other way to get in. A few days had said since he could not enter the mountain, and it made him very mad. However, when he was about to go crazy, he suddenly felt a few auras approaching him. It's a dragon demon, a very powerful dragon demon. Chen Xiang was immediately sure that these auras were all ancestral rank dragon demons. He immediately concentrated his mind on concealing himself. Very quickly he saw 3 young men arrive. They were all standing in the same place and waiting, just like how they were before Dragon Devil Princess. I've got it. When the black light screen appears, I'll follow you in. Chen Xiang decided to take the risk. See 2897. See 2897. Chen Xiang inched closer and closer to those 3 dragon demon youths. But none of them noticed Chen Xiang, who continued to stand there in a daze. Could it be that they are the same as the Dragon Devil Princess, the descendants of the great dragon demons? What are they doing gathered here right now? Chen Xiang was currently only 30 meters away from the 3 demonic dragon youths, which was extremely close. Considering how slow he was, he had to move even further forward. He had to calculate the time and step into the black light screen with the 3 men. He remembered that the moment the Dragon Devil Princess entered, the black light screen disappeared. They actually didn't discover me. My current strength is too weak. If not for this distance, coupled with the fact that I can use my normal speed and strength, they would have definitely died. Chen Xiang was standing about 100 meters in front of the 3 youths, waiting for the mountain to open. The 3 young men waited for a day and a night before a black screen appeared on the mountain wall. After the black light screen appeared, Chen Xiang immediately walked over and maintained his pace. When he reached the front of the light screen, the 3 youths were already by his side, and then he and the 3 youths stepped into the black light screen at the same time. After entering, Chen Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time maintained his vigilance so that he wouldn't be discovered by the 3 youths. It was dark inside, and he could not see anything. However, he could feel that there were 2 paths here. The 3 youths walked towards one of the paths. Chen Xiang didn't want to walk with them, so he chose the other path. Didn't those 3 say anything? Flying Dragon Palace leader asked. No, they didn't say a word. Chen Xiang hoped that they would be able to speak, so they would know a little about the situation, but they did not. Chen Xiang could only follow the path forward. Although this place was very mysterious, when Chen Xiang entered, he realized that he could actually use the power of SPAC. Chen Xiang really wanted to find the Dragon Devil Princess quickly so he could see the reason why she came in here. So he sped up his pace and went forward as well. After he walked for 2 hours, he arrived at ASPA Sias Hall. The ceiling of the hall was covered in blood-colored stones, causing the entire hall to be enveloped in a demonic red glow. It looked very uncomfortable. After Chen Xiang entered the hall, he saw many people sitting there. All of them were young people. There were a total of around 100 people. There were rows and rows of chairs in the hall, with the Dragon Devil Princess sitting right at the front. Soon after, he saw the 3 young men from before walk in through another tunnel. Now he understood that both tunnels would lead to this place. The main reason why there were 2 tunnels was because of the man and the woman. Chen Xiang immediately saw that the location the Dragon Devil Princess was at was near the exit of his Paas sage, which was why he had made such a conjecture. These must be the descendants of the giant dragon demon. I didn't expect them to be so powerful, They must all be at your ancestors' level. Qin Xiang was currently near the entrance of the Pa S Sage. If anything went wrong, he would be able to leave the hall in time. These young dragon demons must be waiting here for something. Qin Xiang guessed secretly. Just like this, the Dragon Devil Princess and the group of young, powerful dragon demons sat there blankly for a few days. After a few days, they suddenly stood up, and Qin Xiang, who was waiting impatiently, also became alert. He saw a man whose skin was glowing red walk out. He looked very scary. Next, I will choose 10 of you as my offerings. Granny Long has been hungry for several days, and you are all nurtured by her. You should also feel the beauty of this world. It's time to repay her. The red dragon said, "Demonic dragon grandmother." When Qin Xiang heard these 4 words, he was scared senseless. Other than the 3 giants, there was still such a powerful existence among the dragon demons. And the Dragon Devil Princess was actually born of this dragon grandmother. Qin Xiang quickly told this to Flying Dragon Palace leader. So that's how it is. It seems like the dragonkind's ecology should be like the bees. Inside the beehive, the queen ant is responsible for the reproduction. It's probably the same for Grandma Dragon. However, she usually doesn't do anything, so the other matters are handed over to the 3 giant dragon demons. Something must have happened to Grandma Dragon. I need to eat something even more powerful. Qin Xiang looked at Dragon Devil Princess. The relations, H-I plus P between him and Dragon Devil Princess was not bad. He did not wish for this beautiful princess to be eaten. After the red dragon closed his eyes for a while, he suddenly opened them and said, "I've already chosen. Grandma Long Emo told me that she needs your 10. The red dragon ordered 10 young dragon demons. Dragon Devil Princess was actually among them. Dragon Devil Princess, like the other 9 dragon demons, were trembling because they were about to be eaten by the dragon demon grandmother. "Follow me," the red dragon said, then opened a stone door and walked in. Although Dragon Devil Princess and the rest were filled with fear and despair, they still had to follow. If they did not go, they would die in the end. Qin Xiang immediately teleported and followed behind them. He wanted to see what the dragon grandmother looked like. The tunnel was very long. After walking for half a day, they finally reached the end. At the end of the tunnel was a very big cave that emitted a faint white light. After entering, Qin Xiang did not see the demonic dragon grandmother above him. Instead, he saw a very large crystal pearl, which could accommodate a few people. Inside the crystal ball, there were many floating specks of light. These specks of light were swimming around merrily, like small fish. The red dragon grabbed a young man's neck and released a red light that enveloped the young man. Then, with a powerful palm strike, the young man threw him into the huge crystal ball. The fish-like dots immediately came back and crazily devoured the young man's body. When the Dragon Devil Princess and the others saw this, their bodies trembled because it was their turn to fight next. How cruel! Is this thing really the Dragon Devil Grandmother? Qin Xiang was confused, but the red dragon demon released a red light that enveloped Dragon Devil Princess and the others, preventing them from escaping. Ha! The red dragon demon suddenly laughed sinisterly and then threw a young dragon demon into the crystal ball, letting the thing inside devour it. Qin Xiang suddenly felt that this crystal ball was not some demon dragon grandmother, but rather something the red goblin was raising. The position of the red dragon demon was definitely not ordinary, so no matter what he said, those dragon demons would believe him and would not dare to disobey him. In addition, he was very strong, so even the dragon demon didn't dare to do anything to him. C. 2898. C. 2898 Qin Xiang thought this was very strange. He heard that the dragon demons were raised by those dragon demons previously, but now there was this so-called dragon demon grandmother. Could it be that the Dragon Devil Princess and the other high-level dragon demons are all nurtured by this dragon devil grandmother? As Qin Xiang looked at the crystal ball, He suddenly thought of his rat emperor beads. Very quickly, the first 9 young dragon demons were all thrown inside, all of them devoured. This is the dragon demon of the ancestors' cultivation level. All of them were very strong. They melted after entering the crystal ball. Now that it was Dragon Devil Princess's turn, her face was filled with despair, just like the other young dragon demons. She never expected that this would be the end result. Qin Xiang felt that the Dragon Devil Princess was still useful to him, so he wouldn't just watch as the Dragon Devil Princess was thrown inside. Just as the Blood Dragon Demon was about to attack, Qin Xiang suddenly used the power of SPAC and teleported the Dragon Devil Princess into the Tianquang furnace. Seeing that the Dragon Devil Princess had disappeared, and also feeling that there was a huge movement outside the stone room, the Red Dragon Demon immediately chased after him. He did not expect the Dragon Devil Princess to actually escape. The young dragon demons in front of him didn't dare to disobey him. Even if they were to die, they would die obediently. Even though they had a lot of complaints in their hearts, they didn't dare to speak them out. And now one of them had run away. This kind of courage was admirable to the Blood Dragon. After Qin Xiang saw that the Blood Dragon Demon had left, he immediately took out the 6 realms mirrors and enlarged it. Then he covered the huge crystal ball and placed it inside the 6 realms mirrors. Success! This thing is way too easy to obtain. Qin Xiang originally only wanted to give it a try to see if he could take away this dragon demon grandmother, but he didn't expect it to succeed so quickly. After Qin Xiang succeeded, he had consecutively teleported away from the belly of the mountain. After arriving outside, his speed had slowed and he could not use his spatial energy. Fortunately, he had a group of powerful heaven-devouring Radas. He used a group of heaven-devouring Radas to bring him far away from this place, and then made a tunnel deep into the ground at a hidden location. If the demonic dragon lady was stolen by him, the blood dragon demons would definitely go crazy. At that time, even Qin Xiang did not know what they would do. Dragon Devil Princess did not expect himself to be suddenly stuffed into SPAC. It was a little hot inside, and there was also a terrifying heavenly alchemy immortal power. She had some understanding of Qin Xiang. She knew that Qin Xiang's body had merged with the heavenly alchemy soul. She had previously seen it from the Zhao clan, so she understood it a little. Is it Qin Xiang who took me away, or is it someone from the Zhao clan? The Dragon Devil Princess suspected that it was Qin Xiang. In her impression, Qin Xiang had the most methods up his sleeves and was quite bold. Just who took me away? Dragon Devil Princess shouted. She did not get a response and started shouting inside. It's me, stop arguing. Qin Xiang replied, I'll let you out when it's safe. She was isolated from the outside world within the Tianquang furnace. With this, no matter how many methods the demonic dragon had, it would be difficult to find her. Qin Xiang was currently hiding underground in order to avoid being tracked by the dragon demons. At this moment, he only left more than 10 mice to scout the surroundings. It really is you. Dragon Devil Princess had already guessed that it was Qin Xiang long ago, but she was still very surprised that Qin Xiang could actually enter that place and rescue her without anyone knowing. Qin Xiang did not know how powerful the red dragon demon was, but this Dragon Devil Princess did know. To actually get rid of her in an instant under the eyes of the red dragon demon, she couldn't help but be impressed. If Qin Xiang were to fail, then the consequences would be dire. Where am I? Is it in your divine sense, Sea World? Dragon Devil Princess asked. Of course not, you're in my furnace. I was worried that you would go crazy and mess around with my divine sense, Sea World, so I threw you in. Qin Xiang laughed. He also needed that person's cooperation to move him away, especially when that person possessed great strength. He also needed to relax his entire body. Dragon Devil Princess had already relaxed his entire body at that time, which was why Qin Xiang was able to smoothly succeed. Sigh. He's in big trouble. I wonder what will happen to the High Priest. Dragon Devil Princess sat with his back against the wall. hugging his knees, very worried. Worried that he would attack your father? Chen Xiang asked. He could already guess this kind of thing. Yes, I hope my father is alert enough to avoid the high priest's retaliation. The Dragon Devil Princess said, only by entering the myriad Tao mausoleum can you hide from the high priest. The red dragon was the high priest. Chen Xiang was extremely curious about the high priest's situation. Is the high priest very powerful? Chen Xiang thought back to the fear he had towards the high priest in the Dragon Devil Princess, and realized that the high priest was indeed very powerful, causing the dragon demons that revered their ancestors to feel fear. Extremely powerful. He's the one who controls Grandma Dragon. Back then, when Grandma Dragon Demon gave birth to us, he wasn't even born. Later on, for some reason, he controlled Grandma Dragon Demon and was even able to use Grandma Dragon Demon's power. Through her, he was able to sense our lives and where we are. Dragon Devil Princess suddenly said anxiously, "Don't stop now, he knows where I am." Chen Xiang suddenly wanted to laugh because the Dragon Devil Grandmother was in his hands. Then what is Dragon Devil Grandmother? Chen Xiang asked again. I saw that crystal ball too. I'm very curious about this kind of thing. I keep having the feeling that it's very similar to my rat emperor beads. That's right, there are many similarities between us and your rat emperor beads. After that, my father used his own strength to cooperate with Grandma Dragon to give birth to me. My father was the first generation of dragon demons, and all the previous Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable were of the first generation. As for us youngsters, we are the second generation of dragon demons. After that, my father and the others, this generation of dragon demons, will then use the power of their own dragon demons to nurture other dragon demons. That is the third generation. When a dragon demon is strong enough, they can cultivate something similar to a dragon devil grandmother and use it to create their own dragon demons. These dragon demons weren't born strong enough to be comparable to humans. Chen Xiang listened intently as he thought to himself, who exactly was the one who created this dragon demon grandmother? No matter how he looked at it, she looked the same as the rat emperor beads, except the rat emperor beads gave birth to mice, and the amount of Tao energy required to create them was not strong. See 2899. See 2899. Hey, are you still running away? Don't ever stop, Dragon Devil Princess warned. No, I've stopped. Chen Xiang had already brought in the demonic dragon grandmother, so the high priest definitely could not find out the location of the Dragon Devil Princess through the demonic dragon grandmother. This is very dangerous. Although she still had a lot of questions, she hoped that Chen Xiang could run now. Chen Xiang laughed. What are you afraid of? I have the demonic dragon grandmother. Could he possibly know where you are from? Through the dragon clan's grandmother? When the Dragon Devil Princess heard this from inside the Tianquang furnace, he was shocked speechless. Chen Xiang had guessed her reaction. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, Dragon Devil Princess said, Then you must run even more. When Chen Xiang heard this, he immediately ordered the rats to bring him to the tunnel and run. Looks like this Dragon Devil Grandmother is a hot potato. Chen Xiang cursed. Why don't I throw this away? We can't lose it. Grandma Dragon Witch has always been under the watch of the High Priest. My father and the others have always wanted to get it, but the High Priest never gave it to them. Dragon Devil Princess said, This is a good thing. Oh yeah, why don't you try and fuse it? Fuse with a Dragon Devil Grandmother. After Chen Xiang heard this, he felt that he was going crazy, but he liked to do this kind of thing. Okay, I'll try. I feel that this thing can fuse with my rat emperor beads. Chen Xiang felt that this was pretty much the same as concocting pills. Rat emperor beads and Grandma Dragon were both of the same EX type. It wasn't difficult to fuse them, and there might even be a better effect after being merged with them. Chen Xiang immediately took out the rat emperor beads, and at the same time released the Dragon Devil Princess from the Tianquang furnace, because he needed to use the Tianquang furnace to refine it later. What is this place? Dragon Devil Princess saw that it was pitch black. Deep underground, a BAS, EM, ENT opened by a mouse. As Chan Xiang said this, he threw the rat emperor beads into the hole, and then he threw the demonic dragon grandmother inside as well. All right, let's see if we can fuse the two together. Chan Xiang observed the interior of the Tianchuang furnace and discovered that there were no movements. He then tried to squeeze the two together with his own strength. However, when he squeezed it out, he discovered that it couldn't be fused at all, and it wasn't as easy as refining pills. With blood! Seeing Chan Xiang's expression, Dragon Devil Princess knew that Chan Xiang did not succeed. Chan Xiang immediately thought of the blood refinement method and immediately let out a large amount of blood, pouring a large amount of blood into the Tianchuang furnace, soaking it in the rat emperor beads and dragon demon grandmother. What are we doing? That's crazy. Dragon Devil Princess could not help but mock himself when he saw Chan Xiang tormenting them with their most supreme divine objects. The reason why Chan Xiang had merged with the demonic dragon grandmother was to escape the tracking of the high priest. He did not care whether it would work or not. He did not want himself to be tightly entangled by the high priest. Very quickly, Chan Xiang's blood refinement art was in effect. After being refined with a large amount of his blood, the Dragon Devil Grandmaster had a reaction with him, and under his control, she slowly started to merge with the Rat Emperor beads. Now he could sense that Granny Dragon was in touch with something, and that something was approaching. It's the High Priest! Chan Xiang suddenly shouted in alarm. At this moment, he could feel that the Goblin Grandmother was walking towards him. Then what should we do? I'll take you with me. Dragon Devil Princess was very anxious. She knew the High Priest's true strength the best. She also knew that once the High Priest caught her, she and Chan Xiang were dead for sure. No need to run. I just need to cut off the connection between Grandma Dragon and the High Priest. Chan Xiang immediately severed the connection between Dragon Devil Grandmother and the High Priest. Now that it was gone, he could no longer sense the High Priest. This made him feel much more at ease. Let's go. We need to stay far away from this place. The High Priest is near here. Chan Xiang let Dragon Devil Princess climb onto the 6 Realms Mirrors S, then had them carry the heaven-devouring Rat S and quickly paw S through the depths. As the two things gradually fused, Chan Xiang became more relaxed. The High Priest no longer chased after him, and instead he no longer felt pressured. One day later, the demonic Dragon Grandmother and the Rat Emperor beads successfully merged together. The Rat Emperor beads had already become transparent, but it was still so big. He immediately let many heaven-devouring rat enter the Rat Emperor beads. The Rat Emperor beads had already undergone a huge change, and Chan Xiang could clearly feel it himself. Now he wanted to see what would happen after the heaven-devouring rat enters the Rat Emperor beads. He sent the heaven-devouring rat back into the Rat Emperor beads and let it temper the rats. What about the rats? Dragon Devil Princess asked curiously. I don't know either. It might take a lot of time, and this demonic dragon beast is currently absorbing a large amount of my Tao energy. Chan Xiang said, it should take a very long time to change this group of rats. You must have experienced many strange things. Based on your experience, what do you think will happen? Dragon Devil Princess was also very curious. I don't know. Chan Xiang had thought about it before, but he didn't know how to guess it. Right. How did you get into that mountain? Dragon Devil Princess asked again. This was also something she was suspicious of. That mountain was constructed together with many strong dragon demons, and it was not something that could be casually entered. But Chan Xiang could still sneak in. After that, Chan Xiang told Dragon Devil Princess how he had snuck in and asked, You dragon demons are really strange. Do you want to rebel against that high priest? What can we do? He would call us over every once in a while, although he often fed dragon demons to dragon demons' grandmother. This is the first time he has fed a second generation of dragon demons like us. The Dragon Devil Princess snorted. In that situation, it's useless for us to resist. Our strength is far inferior to him. Why did he feed that dragon demon grandmother? Chun Xiang had already merged with his draconic grandmother. He only knew that she needed to absorb a large amount of Tao energy. He could provide it himself, and if not, she would be able to provide it with Tao Crystal S. Just at this moment, he suddenly thought about the use of Tao Crystal. Feeding this kind of thing was really not bad. Grandma Dragon Demon can release a very powerful energy. After he absorbs this energy, he will become even stronger. You must know that when he was just born, he was much weaker than us. However, I don't know why he was able to contact Grandma Dragon. He was able to absorb Granny Dragon's energy and was also able to control her to release energy. Dragon Devil Princess sighed. After a period of time, he suddenly became very strong and even controlled Grandma Dragon. C. 2900. C. 2900 Qin Xiang's next opponent would be the Dragon Demon High Priest. He had to understand more about the Dragon Demon High Priest. Uncle Haha, has the High Priest been invincible since then? Qin Xiang said, why didn't your father and the other two great dragon demons join hands to deal with the High Priest? You don't know the relations. H.I. plus P between the three giants wasn't like this at first. Although it can't be said that they are on good terms with each other, it's still possible that there aren't any conflicts. The reason for their hostility is because of the High Priest. The Dragon Devil Princess said, the High Priest was also worried that the three giant dragon demons would join hands against him, so he secretly supported the other two dragon demons and let them fight against my father. In this way, the three of them won't be able to join hands, and my father has always been stronger than those two giants. Those two giants were worried that my father would destroy them, so with the help of the High Priest, they started to be hostile towards my father. The Dragon Devil Princess said. Chun Xiang nodded his head. He did not feel that it was unexpected. The High Priest was indeed playing quite well. This way he would be able to rest easy and borrow a knife to kill people. Once the two goblin great leaders finished off Dragon Devil Princess's father, the High Priest would be able to get rid of the other two goblin great leaders easily. Well, then we'll see what happens to my little mouse. Qin Xiang laughed. Maybe I can use these little mice to kill the High Priest. Dragon Devil Princess also wished for Chun Xiang to succeed, but she felt that it was impossible. Previously, it was extremely difficult for Chun Xiang to use this kind of rat against the ancestor of the Zhao clan. The High Priest Dragon Demon was so much stronger than the ancestors of the two Zhao clan. Why didn't you tell me when you came to the gathering? If it wasn't for me following behind you, you'd be feeding this to Grandma Dragon. Qin Xiang chuckled. Hurry up and thank me. Humph. Dragon Devil Princess lightly pinched Qin Xiang's arm. You be A-S-T-A-R-D. You're really messing around. Thank you. You're welcome. Qin Xiang laughed complacently. Oh, right. Don't tell me you're called Dragon Devil Princess. Don't you have a name? Of course there is. Although I am a dragon demon, but right now there are people with a human nature too. Dragon Devil Princess tenderly said, my name is Long Chumu. Someone with the surname Long. Qin Xiang laughed. Of course the dragon's surname is Long, Long Chumu said. The title of Dragon Devil Princess was given to me by someone else. I have never thought about what kind of princess I am. All right. Do you know where the flying dragon bead on the flying platform are? Qin Xiang said, we need to go to the flying platform. We don't feel safe here. It was already difficult for Qin Xiang to stay on the stage, so there was no need to go up to the stage. If you go to the fourth ascending platform, you'll probably only be able to crawl on the ground and won't be able to get up. Long Chumu said, you should stay here for a while before leaving. Didn't you say that this place will only be open for 10 years? I can't wait that long. Let's just go up. When I get there, I'll be forced to become even more powerful. Chen Xiang said, I am currently only in the middle stage of the Taizun realm. All of you dragon demons are ancestors or something. I simply cannot deal with them. Humph, even the high priest was fooled by you, and you still say that you can't handle him? Long Chimu lightly snorted. If you were to become the next ancestor, what then? Flying Dragon Palace leader also didn't recommend for Chen Xiang to go to the 4th Flying Dragon experience place directly. But if Chen Xiang wanted to avoid the Dragon God, he could only do this. Although Long Chimu didn't recommend it, she had no choice but to go with Chen Xiang to look for the Flying Dragon bead. There's actually no 10-year deadline here. Long Chimu said, all of this is a lie if you want to continue staying here. No matter how long you stay, it will not be a problem. Although the dragon demons are strong, they're not strong enough to control so many Flying Dragon experience place. That's true. Chun Xiang and Long Chimu had already reached the ground level and headed towards the place where the Flying Dragon bead might appear. Those heaven-devouring rat were still cultivating. They couldn't even be used now, which made it harder for him to walk. Chun Xiang was currently in Long Chimu's divine sense sea world, so they asked Long Chimu to bring him to the 4th Flying Dragon experience place. 2 days later, they arrived at the 4th Flying Dragon experience place. Even Long Chimu found it difficult to stay there. It was just as Long Chimu had said. Chun Xiang could only lie PRONE on the ground, as he was suppressed by a strong pressure and was unable to get up at all. How are you going to cultivate like this? Long Chimu was still all right, at least he could still stand up and walk, but he was unable to even stand up. It will definitely work. Chun Xiang used all his strength to support himself on the ground. He was barely able to hold on for a bit, but when he tried to get up, he was immediately pushed down by the pressure. Long Chimu watched from the side and said, Seems like you will need many years to be able to stand up. There are many energies here that can strengthen your flesh, increase your golden body of the myriad Tao, and at the same time strengthen your 6 souls, allowing your energy to become even stronger. At that time, you will have sufficient strength to stand up. Chun Xiang did not know how long it would take, but he was frantically absorbing the energy here. Long Chimu was right beside Chun Xiang, and seeing how Chun Xiang's body was frantically devouring the energy around him like a whirlpool, she was immediately shocked, not at the speed at which he was absorbing the energy, but rather the speed at which he was quickly digesting the energy. You must have obtained some technique from the heavenly alchemy stone wall, right? Long Chimu suddenly said, Don't try to deceive me. Don't think that I am so easy to deceive. I did not know you well previously, so I did not question you further. Long Chimu was very familiar with Chen Xiang now, so she dared to ask. Nope. Chun Xiang denied it. Humph. Just by looking at the heavenly alchemy stone wall, one can comprehend powerful techniques and not to mention enter. There are some extremely powerful experts who are able to see through the heavenly alchemy stone wall and see the cultivation technique deep inside the heavenly alchemy stone wall. By chance, they were able to obtain a small part and then they can become strong. Long Chimu lied on the ground and looked at Chen Xiang, who was lying on the ground. Chen Xiang immediately turned his face away and did not look at her. What you obtained inside is the myriad Tao divine technique, right? That is the final form of the heavenly alchemy. Long Chimu continued, I have heard of this cultivation technique before. Back then, the reason the myriad Tao mausoleum was so big was to encircle you so that you could obtain this cultivation technique. Chen Xiang still did not admit it and said, What did you say? I don't even know. Give me back your act. I won't take your myriad Tao divine arts. I also have my own cultivation techniques. Long Chimu rolled his eyes at Chen Xiang and then reached out to pinch the flesh on Chen Xiang's face. Tell me, are the myriad Tao's divine arts really that powerful? Just when Chen Xiang wanted to reveal a bit of the myriad Tao's sacred art, Long Chimu suddenly stood up and grabbed him and started running frantically. The high priest is here. Long Chimu sternly said to Chen Xiang, He is in the vicinity. C. 2901. C. 29:01 at this moment, Chen Xiang was the same as her, filled with curiosity. Why did the high priest know they were here? Why did she come so quickly? Chen Xiang was very sure that he had cut off the connection between the dragon devil grandmother and the high priest, but he didn't expect that the high priest would still be able to catch up to him. Does the high priest have any other methods to track him? Chen Xiang asked. He was also thinking of a way to escape. Using invisibility won't work. The high priest was able to catch up from the third platform and determined their exact location. Clearly, he knows where they are. No matter how he thought about it, the only thing he could do was to escape. The high priest was extremely powerful. Forget about Long Chumu. Even Long Chumu's father was not a match for the high priest. So right now, Long Chumu could only madly run for his life. He has my pearl of life in his hand. Perhaps he is trying to sense my location through this pearl of life. I had forgotten about it before. Long Chumu scolded in a low voice. It's all because of this bastard. At that time, he insisted on taking our pearl of life and had no choice but to give it to him. I never thought that he would be able to use the pearl of life to track my location. Chen Xiang asked, "Is there no way to get rid of his tracking method?" Long Chumu frowned. "I do, but it will take some time. It's too late now." It was really too late now. Chen Xiang could already see that there was another big ball of red light behind him. Just as Chen Xiang saw this ball of red light, the ball of red light suddenly exploded, and in the blink of an eye, countless little red lights exploded towards him like rain. If the red ball of light landed on the ground, it would create a huge crater, which contained a very terrifying power. When Russ, plussing over, Chen Xiang anxiously took out his 6 realms mirrors to block. However, the violent explosion that was produced sent him and Long Chumu flying. After they were sent flying, the huge red light ball exploded once again. This time the light ball was even larger and fell towards Chen Xiang and the rest, like countless huge meteors descending, bringing with it a burst of oppressive qi. "You go!" Long Chumu grabbed Chen Xiang and struck his chest with force, sending him flying. Chen Xiang never thought that Long Chumu would actually send him off so decisively. As he flew back, he saw a white light flash on Long Chumu's body as he charged towards the high priest. Instantly, the 2 huge red and white SES of light clashed together, and 2 sets of red and white huge waves of qi exploded out, as though a gigantic dome covered the ground. The impact from the collision caused everything in the area to be razed to the ground, while Chen Xiang was also severely injured by the strong wave of qi. After Chen Xiang landed on the ground, he immediately used counter power to conceal himself. In the 4th Flying Dragon Experience place, he had already been under a huge amount of pressure, and now that he was injured, he simply could not move at all. Fortunately, he was able to make himself invisible in time. As he lay on the ground, he saw a red-faced old man flying over from the sky. It was the high priest. Then what about Long Chumu? Chen Xiang was very worried in his heart. At this time, Long Chumu was also considered his friend. Even though he was a dragon demon, he was a very good person. Right now, Long Chumu's life and death was unclear, and he was powerless to find out, so his heart was very sad. That Ned High Priest. Chen Xiang looked at the High Priest who was walking away, his heart filled with resentment. Chen Xiang told Flying Dragon Palace leader what happened just now. Right now, he could only tell Flying Dragon Palace leader everything. After the Flying Dragon Palace leader heard this, he said, "Right now, you have to stabilize your own situation. That Dragon Devil Princess is still the daughter of the Dragon Demon Lord, and now that the whereabouts of Dragon Demon Grandmother is unknown, he will definitely not kill Long Chumu. At most, he will just imprison her. So you must become stronger as soon as possible. Only by doing so can you defeat the High Priest. Otherwise, the Dragon Devil Princess will suffer a lot." The most important person to the High Priest was the Dragon Demon Grandmother. After he captured Long Chumu and brought him back, if he couldn't find the Dragon Demon Grandmother, he wouldn't let her go easily. At the same time, he wouldn't kill Long Chumu because the key to finding the dragon demon grandmother was Long Chumu. All right, when my injuries recover, I'll start cultivating. When Chun Xiang came to the Flying Dragon Experience place, he did not cultivate properly since he had encountered so many things. That's right. When facing a powerful fellow like the High Priest, you can only negotiate with him by relying on your own strength. Otherwise, you'll just be walking into a trap looking for him. The Flying Dragon Palace leader encouraged him. Chun Xiang's life force meridian started to release an endless amount of power to repair his injured body. The current Chun Xiang still had to overcome the pressure here, but the pressure of the fourth Flying Dragon Experience place was too strong. With his current strength, he was unable to stand up. After a month, Chun Xiang's injuries had already completely recovered. He laid on the ground, channeled his energy to absorb the energy here, and at the same time, used the heavenly alchemy to refine the energy he absorbed from the divine sense C. The energy of the Flying Dragon Experience place could help people cultivate the Myriad Tao's golden body. It could also help the Myriad Tao's golden body become stronger, allowing the 6 souls to become stronger. This way, it could constantly increase its strength. And now, Chun Xiang was treating the divine sense C as a pill furnace, refining this kind of energy that was absorbed by him. Because of his special body, he was able to quickly absorb the energy. He gathered the large amount of energy he absorbed and used the heavenly alchemy to refine it. He gathered this energy to form a huge ball of energy and then divided the ball of energy into 8 BALLs to further refine them using the crash method. His 6 souls was the 6 heavenly beasts, and these 6 heavenly beasts were currently surrounding the place he was refining his energy. When he was about to collide with it, the outburst of extremely strong energy would automatically be absorbed by his 6 souls. One must know that the outburst of energy was even more intense than the outburst of the 6 souls. After the collision, the power of the Myriad Tao had become stronger. He channeled this power into his body, tempering his body, allowing his own Myriad Tao's golden body to become stronger. In this way, he would be able to cultivate the Myriad Tao's golden body while cultivating the 6 souls. After the crash method, the power of the Myriad Tao has increased by a lot. I am only going to use the first crash, so I have to increase the next level of the crash. In order to become stronger quickly, Chun Xiang did not care about the risks that this method brought, because refining such a strong power of the Myriad Tao was extremely dangerous. If he lost control, it would cause great damage to his divine sense sea world. Not long after, Chun Xiang once again gathered a large amount of Myriad Tao energy and condensed it into a huge ball of light, just like last time. Every time they collided, the resulting shock wave would always be the most violent of Myriad Tao's powers. Chun Xiang was initially worried that the 6 souls would not be used to absorbing his own energy, but what surprised him was that after absorbing the 6 souls, it would become even stronger and more powerful. C-2902. C-2902 Chun Xiang could only execute 3 crashes right now. If he continued, his divine sense sea world would not be able to take it anymore. Refining the power of the Myriad Tao once would take more than a month, and he would only be able to increase a little at a time. He was now at the middle stage of the Taizun realm. It would only take him a day or 2 to break through, and many people who use thousands or even tens of thousands of years to break through might not be able to do so. Chun Xiang was aware of this point. He also knew that if he continued to force himself to quickly break through, it would cause great harm to himself. Right now, Chun Xiang could only maintain his calmness and patience, allowing himself to steadily improve. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. At this moment, he was already able to stand up and barely walk slowly. It took him 2 years to step into the late period of Taizun realm. To be able to stand up with such a cultivation, that was pretty good. Flying Dragon Palace leader had already said that many of the late period of Taizun realm-s could not even stand up and could only barely run in the early stages of the venerable ancestor realm. Only people like the high priest who were at the peak of the venerable ancestor later stage could fly. Even though Long Chiomu was a venerable ancestor realm, she was only around at the early to middle stages. The peak of the late stage was the strongest, so she was basically unable to defeat the high priest. Only by becoming a respected ancestor can I barely resist the high priest. I don't even know where he took Long Chiomu to. Qin Xiang looked at the blue sky and clenched his fists. Running in this place was extremely difficult, but it was also a way of cultivation, as it could make his myriad Tao's golden body even stronger. Qin Xiang kept on running, and when he was tired, he would lie down and absorb the endless energy of the myriad Tao. After he recovered, he would stand up and continue running, and run for a year, continuously. He already possessed the myriad Tao's golden body, and it was a very powerful and mature golden body. So stepping into the venerable ancestor realm required him to cultivate the myriad Tao's golden body. So if he wanted to break through and become a revered ancestor, he only needed to strengthen his 6 souls. His 6 souls was one of the 6 heavenly beasts, and it still looked rather small. If he were to step into the venerable ancestor realm, the 6 heavenly beasts would become even stronger. You should be able to try the myriad Tao technique now. Flying Dragon Palace leader suddenly said, "If I can help you step into the venerable ancestor realm, then you will be a brand new beginning in the venerable ancestor realm. What will happen after I cultivate the myriad Tao divine arts?" Qin Xiang asked. "I thought the myriad Tao divine arts was only an auxiliary type of cultivation technique, a technique that uses Tao energy." "Of course not. The myriad Tao divine arts are a fusion of the 4 great divine arts. Although the 4 great divine arts are all support, the myriad Tao divine arts after being merged isn't so simple. If you were to cultivate it, you will definitely feel the benefits of the myriad Tao divine arts. Of course, you'll have to figure out how to train by yourself. In short, you won't be disappointed. Everyone has their own differences in cultivation of the myriad Tao divine arts. They have comprehended what is most suitable for them. It can be said to be a very spiritual cultivation technique." The Flying Dragon Palace leader paused to let Qin Xiang understand what he had just said before continuing. "I have yet to start cultivating, but I have already tried to understand the myriad Tao's divine arts. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask me." "All right." Qin Xiang closed his eyes and started to understand the short, yet very obscure chants of the myriad Tao divine arts. These incantations were extremely hard for Qin Xiang to comprehend, and he himself had to chew it many times before finally understanding it a little. Although he had already obtained the myriad Tao divine arts, it would not be easy for him to understand and cultivate them. Qin Xiang used 2 whole years just to understand this myriad Tao divine technique, but he didn't feel like time was passing by. After comprehending quite a few of the myriad Tao divine arts, he was shocked to discover that the myriad Tao divine arts actually also contained a supreme technique like the usage of S, P, A, C, and time. He was already able to use S, P, A, C, and thought that his control of S, P, A, C was extraordinary. However, after understanding the myriad Tao divine arts, he realized that his control of S, P, A, C was only superficial. The use of spatial energy within the myriad Tao divine arts had already reached its ultimate form. Even in many places where spatial energy was restricted, spatial energy could still be used smoothly. For example, in this Flying Dragon experience place, there were many barriers and formations restricting the power of S, P, A, C. The mantra contained in the myriad Tao divine arts also taught people how to use the power of S, P, A, C in a limited place. What followed was the control of time. The most important thing for the demurdering sword techniques was the control of the power of time. Qin Xiang had also previously comprehended the essence of the demurdering sword techniques, which was to make his own time different from others. This way, others' movements would be slowed down for a period of time while he himself would have to speed up. Taking advantage of this time difference to attack or dodge would make others feel that it was inconceivable. In the myriad Tao divine arts, the use of time energy was the G-O demurdering sword techniques, while S-P-A-C energy was the six realms magic kung fu. Of course, this was only the main point. Besides explaining how to use time, G-O demurdering sword techniques also had the ability to use fear and death. For example, when the G-O de-killing sword was released, it would cause people to feel fear. Furthermore, other than the six realms mirror's ability to use S-P-A-C, it also had the power of life. This was a very profound realm. Qin Xiang was unable to understand it, but he felt that he could still use the power of life to do so. As for the heavenly alchemy, that was the easiest for Qin Xiang. He himself had a very deep understanding of the heavenly alchemy, and the main purpose of the heavenly alchemy was to teach others how to use various types of energy to resolve the costs of everything in the myriad Tao. Finally, it was this part of the heavenly spirit kung fu which allowed one to cultivate a body as strong as the heavens themselves. This was also a very profound aspect that Qin Xiang was unable to understand. The myriad Tao divine arts included the four great delay arts. Although Qin Xiang had all four of them, there was no key part of them, and that was the part that combined the four great delay techniques, and that was the myriad Tao divine arts. Now that he had obtained the myriad Tao divine technique, as long as he could comprehend the essence of the myriad Tao divine technique, he could use the power controlling techniques from the four great divine arts with ease. If it was before, he would need to learn all four techniques at the same time, which was extremely difficult, not to mention being easily distracted. It would also be extremely difficult to learn. As for learning the myriad Tao divine arts, it would suffice as long as one practiced a cultivation technique. After learning the essence, he would be able to master the other four techniques immediately. This was all discussed out by Qin Xiang and the Flying Dragon Palace leader during the past year. I understand a lot now, so I can try to cultivate it now. Qin Xiang closed his eyes and started to absorb the myriad Tao's power. C. 2903. C. 2903. Qin Xiang followed the method of using the myriad Tao divine arts to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, and watched as the energy of the surrounding myriad Tao suddenly condensed into water droplets and entered his body. Access. To be able to directly condense the formless energy of the myriad Tao into liquid state, even Qin Xiang himself was shocked. The myriad Tao's power entered his body and continuously collided fiercely within his divine sense sea world. After the collision, it merged together, then separated, and then continuously collided. At this time, his divine sense sea world was in a state of constant rumbling. The power of his myriad Tao had already been condensed into a rock. Upon colliding with it, it released a deafening explosion of light. It looked like this was his crash method, but he did not have the ability to use it. It was just that when he was channeling the myriad Tao divine arts, he wanted to increase the power of the myriad Tao that entered his body, so he suddenly comprehended this technique. As they continuously collided, waves of powerful myriad Tao energy were created and absorbed by the six heavenly beasts in the divine sense sea world. Just like that, he continued to circulate the myriad Tao's divine arts. The power of the myriad Tao flowed into his divine sense sea like a great river, and then continued to collide with each other, creating extremely powerful waves of air. This wave of energy surged into his divine sense sea, permeating every part of his body, and then rushed through his entire body. At this moment, both his flesh and the divine sense sea were improving at an extremely fast rate. At this moment, Qin Xiang was enjoying this cultivation state very much, because he could feel himself becoming stronger at every moment. In just half a year, he could cultivate under this state. With just a thought, he could enter this state immediately. Right now, he already had other thoughts to understand the usage of the spatial energy inside. The flying platform was greatly restricted, preventing him from using the spatial energy, making him feel that it was not safe. Therefore, he needed to grasp the method to use the spatial energy in this limited situation. This way, the next time he entered the myriad Tao mausoleum, he would not have to worry about not being able to use the power of S, P, A C, and becoming afraid of those strong warriors. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The 6 heavenly beasts inside Chen Xiang's divine sense, C, were already extremely strong, filled with an extremely strong power, and they all started to cheer within his divine sense C in a lifelike manner. Along with the simultaneous roar of the 6 heavenly beasts, an intense light flashed out from his huge body. Chen Xiang smoothly stepped into the venerable ancestor realm. His tightly clenched fists were trembling the moment he broke through. A berserk power continuously surged out. Ah! Chen Xiang roared out. The imposing aura he gave off was so mighty that even the flying Dragon Palace leader inside the 6 realms mirrors could feel it. I've broken through. Chen Xiang looked at the 6 souls inside the divine Sensi world. It was flickering with light, emitting a powerful aura. Chen Xiang stood up and then flew into the air. At this time, he could already fly freely. After breaking through, the first thing he would do was to save Long Chimu. He took out the Rat Emperor beads. What happened to the rats inside? Chen Xiang had been cultivating for the past few years and hadn't seen this Rat Emperor beads much. After taking it out, he released a mouse. The rat was still as big as before, but its strength had increased by a lot. It was a late period of Tai Zun realm. Other than this, the most inconceivable thing was that the rat had become a human. Following his will, this person could also turn back into a mouse. What exactly is going on? Chen Xiang was surprised and immediately turned to look at Flying Dragon Palace leader. It should be a good thing that he integrated the characteristics of the demonic dragon transformation to become a human. After this kind of mouse becomes a human, it will be much easier to accomplish. Flying Dragon Palace leader laughed. Can you control their appearances? I'll try. Chen Xiang's mind moved. The muscles and bones on Mouse Man's face suddenly moved and instantly changed his appearance. It was just that Mouse Man's expression was very blank and he looked very stiff. But following Chen Xiang's intentions, Mouse Man's face also had an expression, a smile, and he could even speak. Everything he said was in Chen Xiang's heart. This is equivalent to my external body. Furthermore, I am extremely powerful. It doesn't matter even if I die. Chen Xiang patted Mouse Man's body and nodded in satisfaction. Following that, he released many more of these Mouse Man-s. There were about 100 of them, making them line up and control them at the same time. Chen Xiang wanted to familiarize himself with how to control so many familiar faces to do things for him. After that, the number of people he knew increased and finally reached 5,000. As a result, he had the Mouse Man army of late period of Tai Zun realm and was very powerful. He could even turn into a mouse. Great! After Chen Xiang mastered it, he placed the heaven-devouring rat inside the dragon beast. The reason why he took out the Rat Emperor beads was to sense Long Chimu's location. He felt that it would not be difficult for him to sense it, since it was already sensed by the high priest when he was still a grandmother of the dragon clan. Not in the Flying Dragon Experience place. Chen Xiang quickly sensed that the place was very far from here and it was not within the Flying Dragon Experience place. Could it be in the Dragon Devil Dead land? Although he did not know exactly where Long Chimu was, he was certain that Long Chimu was not dead, which made him feel a lot more at ease. Although he had used several years of time to raise his strength, he was still very fast, reaching the venerable ancestor realm from the middle stage of the Tai Zun realm. I'll leave the Flying Dragon Experience place first. I can already use my S.P.A.C. here, so it'll be easier next time. Chen Xiang tried and was successful in teleporting. This was what he had learnt from the myriad Tao divine arts. After teleporting a few times, he suddenly felt more than 10 auras approaching him. They were all demonic dragons. Previously, when he had broken through, he had caused quite a big commotion, so it wasn't strange that he had attracted people over. Has the high priest been sending people to find me here all these years? Chun Xiang immediately turned invisible and quietly walked towards them. Those who are able to move freely here should be your ancestors. These ancestors should be quite precious to the high priest. When Chun Xiang got closer, he saw that all the dragon demons were middle-aged in appearance. All of them were in the early stages of the ancestor realm. The early stage of revered ancestor was still very difficult for Chun Xiang to deal with 5 years ago, but now he was not afraid at all. I should be able to find something from these guys' memories. Chun Xiang planned to capture 2 of them alive and use the soul-absorbing devil spell on them. These more than a dozen dragon demons were originally flying in the air, but now they were all landing on the ground. This power is very strong. It should be left behind by that comrade Long Chumu. I never thought that he would actually break through here after a few years. A middle-aged man looked at the place where Chun Xiang was sitting and sneered. He is nearby. As long as we capture him back, the high priest can help us advance to the middle stage of our ancestor.